This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never told many people this story because honestly, I still can't make sense of it myself. It happened 5 years ago, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I'm still not sure if I overreacted or if I narrowly escaped something terrible. It was New Year's Eve, and I was in my junior year of college. I had planned to spend the holiday with my girlfriend Angela at her apartment off campus. We'd been dating for about 8 months, and this was our first New Year's together. We had this whole day planned, sleeping in, making breakfast together, watching movies, and then celebrating at midnight. But my mom had other ideas. About a week before, she called to tell me that my entire extended family was getting together at my parents' house, and I absolutely had to be there. No excuses. My flight was booked for December 31st, leaving at 6:40 p.m., which would get me home just before midnight if everything went smoothly. Angela was disappointed but understanding. We decided to have our own little celebration during the day instead. We exchanged gifts, made pancakes, and watched our favorite movies. It was perfect, but the whole time I had this nagging feeling of dread about having to leave. Around 4:30 p.m., Angela drove me to the airport. It had started snowing lightly, and the forecast mentioned possible heavier snow later, but nothing that sounded serious. I kissed her goodbye, promised to call at midnight, and headed inside with my small duffel bag. This wasn't a major airport, just a regional one with maybe 15 gates total. When I checked the departures board, I saw my flight was already delayed by an hour. Annoying, but not the end of the world. I found a seat near my gate and pulled out my phone to text my mom that I'd be arriving later than planned. That's when I first noticed him. He was maybe in his mid-40s, average height, wearing a dark blue jacket and jeans. Nothing remarkable about him except for one thing. He seemed to be staring at me. I glanced up from my phone and caught his eyes directly on me from across the waiting area. When our eyes met, he didn't look away like a normal person would. He just kept staring for a few uncomfortable seconds before slowly turning his head. I tried to shake it off. Airports are boring, and people watch other people all the time, right? I went back to my phone, but I couldn't help feeling like I was still being watched. About 20 minutes later, I decided to grab something to eat. There was only one sad little cafe open in this part of the terminal. As I stood in line, I felt someone step up behind me. I didn't think much of it until I glanced back and saw it was the same man. He was standing uncomfortably close, and when I turned, he gave me this weird smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Looks like we might be stuck here a while," he said. I nodded awkwardly and turned back around. His voice was oddly flat, and something about his tone made my skin crawl. I ordered a sandwich and a coffee, paid, and then deliberately walked to the farthest table from where he was now ordering. While I was eating, I checked the board again. My flight was delayed another hour, and several others were now listed as canceled. The snow outside was coming down harder now. I finished eating and decided to use the restroom before returning to my gate. The men's room was at the end of a quiet hallway, and I remember feeling relieved that it was empty when I walked in. I went into a stall, and a few moments later, I heard the door open. Footsteps entered slowly, then silence. No sound of someone using a urinal or entering a stall. Just nothing. I could see through the crack of the stall door that someone was just standing there in the middle of the bathroom. My heart started beating faster. I told myself I was being paranoid, but then I saw a pair of shoes slowly moving past my stall. They stopped, then moved to the next stall. I heard the stall door push open, then the next one. He was checking each stall one by one. Just as the footsteps approached my stall, the bathroom door burst open and a group of teenage boys came in, loud and laughing. The footsteps quickly moved away, and I heard the bathroom door open and close. I waited until the teenagers were at the urinals before I came out of my stall. I washed my hands quickly, not making eye contact with anyone, and hurried back to the main terminal. My hands were shaking. Back at my gate, I deliberately chose a seat in the middle of a row of people. The blue jacket man was nowhere to be seen, and I started to breathe easier. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe he was just a socially awkward guy who happened to need the bathroom at the same time. An hour passed, and then the announcement came that rocked my world. All remaining flights for the evening were canceled due to the intensifying snowstorm. The airline representative announced they would rebook everyone for the following day and suggested everyone find accommodations for the night. I immediately called every hotel near the airport, all fully booked because of the canceled flights. My girlfriend lived over an hour away in good weather, and with the snow, it would be impossible to get back to her place. I was stranded. I searched frantically online and found a hostel about 3 miles from the airport that still had beds available. It wasn't ideal, but it was cheap and had decent reviews. I booked a bed in a 4-person shared room, the only option available, and called an Uber. The ride to the hostel was tense. The snow was falling heavily now, and the roads were slick. The driver kept muttering about how this would be his last ride of the night. I kept checking the back seat, half expecting to see the blue jacket man following me somehow. The hostel was a converted old house in a residential area. The woman at the front desk looked tired, but was friendly enough. She explained that the shared room already had 2 other guests, gave me a key, and pointed me upstairs. The room was basic: 2 bunk beds, a small window, and a shared bathroom down the hall. One of the bottom bunks was occupied by a guy about my age, who introduced himself as Mike. He was also stranded from a canceled flight. The other guest wasn't there, but their belongings were on the other bottom bunk, a black suitcase and a coat tossed on the bed. I took the top bunk above Mike. We chatted briefly about our canceled flights, and he seemed like a normal, decent guy, which made me feel a bit safer. Around 11 p.m., we both decided to get some sleep. I texted Angela to let her know what happened, then called my mom to explain I wouldn't make it home that night. She was disappointed but understanding. I climbed up to my bunk and tried to sleep, but my mind kept racing. Every noise made me tense up. Around midnight, I heard fireworks outside. Happy New Year, I thought bitterly. I must have finally dozed off, because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the street lamp outside the window. Something had woken me up, a sound or a feeling, I wasn't sure. That's when I heard the door slowly creaking open. I froze, keeping my eyes nearly closed, but watching through my eyelashes. A figure entered the room. At first, I thought it might be the missing 4th guest returning late. But as the person moved into the patch of light from the window, my blood turned to ice. It was him, the man in the blue jacket from the airport. He stood just inside the doorway, looking around the room. I could see his face clearly in the dim light, those same empty eyes that had stared at me for hours at the airport. He scanned the bunk slowly, methodically, like he was looking for something or someone. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. I kept perfectly still, breathing as shallowly as possible, pretending to be asleep. He moved further into the room and set down a small bag near the empty top bunk. Then he just stood there, looking at each of us in turn. When his gaze reached my bunk, he stared longer. I fought every instinct to open my eyes fully or change position. After what felt like an eternity, he turned away and began to undress, hanging his blue jacket on the bedpost. I couldn't believe what was happening. How was he here? Was it just a terrible coincidence that he'd booked the same hostel, or had he somehow followed me? He climbed into the empty top bunk across from me. I lay there, rigid with fear, waiting for him to fall asleep. I could hear Mike's soft snoring from below, completely unaware of my silent panic. It took over an hour, but eventually, the man's breathing became deeper and more regular. I waited another 20 minutes to be sure, then carefully, silently, began to move. I slid out of my sleeping bag, grateful I had fallen asleep fully clothed. Moving with agonizing slowness, I reached for my duffel bag at the foot of the bed. Each movement felt like it took minutes. The floor creaked once when I climbed down, and I froze, but the man didn't stir. I slipped my shoes on, grabbed my coat and bag, and inched toward the door. I didn't dare look back. In the hallway, I didn't fully breathe until I was downstairs. The front desk was unmanned at this hour. I left my key on the counter and walked out into the freezing night. It was around 2:30 in the morning, New Year's Day. The snow was still coming down, and the temperature was well below freezing. I had no plan, no place to go, but I knew I couldn't stay in that room with him. I trudged through the snow for about half a mile until I found a main street. Nothing was open. The few cars that passed ignored my attempts to flag them down. I couldn't call an Uber because my phone battery was at 5%. Eventually, I found a bagel shop with a sign saying they opened at 5 a.m. There was a small alcove by the entrance that offered minimal shelter from the snow. I huddled there, shivering violently, checking my watch every few minutes, jumping at every sound. When the shop's owner arrived at 4:30 to start preparations, he found me half frozen in his doorway. He was kind enough to let me in early. I ordered coffee after coffee, trying to warm up and stay awake. At 7 a.m., with my phone charged at the shop and full daylight outside, I finally felt safe enough to call for a ride back to the airport. My flight had been rebooked for noon, and this time it departed without issues. I never saw the man in the blue jacket again. I never learned his name or why he seemed to be following me. Was it all just a series of creepy coincidences? Was he harmless but socially oblivious? Or did I narrowly escape something terrible? To this day, I don't know. But I do know that I've never felt as vulnerable as I did that night, being followed by a stranger and trapped in the freezing cold with nowhere to go. I still get anxious in airports, and I've never stayed in a hostel again. Sometimes I wonder if he was looking for me specifically, or if I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Either way, I can't shake the memory of those empty eyes staring at me across the airport terminal, or the sound of those footsteps checking each bathroom stall, one by one. Story 2. I still get cold sweats thinking about what happened that summer back in 2014. It's been almost 10 years now, but I swear sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear footsteps outside my window. I grew up in western North Carolina, just outside of Asheville. Beautiful country, but there's parts of Appalachia that have this feeling to them, like the mountains are watching you. I moved away after college, settled up in Buffalo for a job in IT. That's where I met Lisa, my girlfriend at the time. She was Canadian, from St. Catharines, just across the border. That June, I got a call that my grandma was really sick. I hadn't seen her in 2 years, and the guilt was eating at me. Lisa suggested we make a road trip out of it, drive down through Pennsylvania, cut through West Virginia, then into North Carolina. Seemed like a good plan at the time. We took my old Chevy conversion van, not exactly fuel efficient, but comfortable for a long drive. It had a little bed in the back, mini fridge, the works. I'd done some camping in it before, and Lisa thought it was the coolest thing ever. The first day and a half of driving was perfect. Weather was good, traffic wasn't bad. We stayed at a motel the first night, then planned to sleep in the van the second night to save some money. It was late afternoon when we crossed into West Virginia. The mountains there are different from where I grew up, steeper somehow, the hollers deeper. The roads got narrower, more winding. I remember Lisa commenting on how there were fewer and fewer houses the deeper we got. Around 6 that evening, I noticed we were running low on gas. The gauge was getting close to empty, and I was starting to get nervous. Cell service had disappeared an hour back, and I had no idea how far it was to the next town. When we spotted a sign for a gas station, I felt relieved. It was one of those old-school places, just 2 pumps under a metal awning, a small cinder-block building with a faded Coca-Cola sign, the kind of place that might not even take credit cards. I pulled up to the pump. There was no other car around, just an old pickup truck parked by the side of the building. The station sat at a crossroads, with dense forest pressing in on all sides. "Want anything from inside?" I asked Lisa as I got out. "Maybe some water," she said. "Place looks a bit sketchy, though." I nodded, feeling a strange unease myself. "I'll be quick." The air felt heavy as I started pumping the gas. That's when I noticed her. A woman standing at the edge of the parking lot, partially hidden by the shadow of a large oak tree. At first glance, she looked normal enough. Jeans, flannel shirt, long dark hair. But something was off about the way she stood, completely motionless. As I watched, she took a step forward, and I got a better look at her face. Her eyes were what struck me first, wide open, unblinking, almost too large for her face. They reflected the setting sun in a way that made them look like polished glass. She stared directly at me, not moving except to tilt her head slightly to one side, like a curious animal. I tried to look away, focus on the gas pump, but I could feel her eyes on me. When the pump clicked off, I quickly replaced the nozzle and screwed my gas cap back on. The woman had moved closer, maybe 20 feet away now. Up close, I could see more details that weren't right. Her skin had an odd pallor to it, and there was dirt caked under her fingernails. Her movements were jerky, almost mechanical. "Mark?" Lisa called through the cracked window. She'd seen the woman too. "Just paying. Be right back," I said, trying to sound normal. I hurried inside the station. An older man sat behind the counter, reading a worn paperback. The interior was dimly lit, shelves stocked with basic supplies, beef jerky, and cigarettes. "Just the gas on pump 1, I said, pulling out my wallet, "and a couple bottles of water." The man looked up at me, then glanced past me through the window. His entire demeanor changed when he saw the woman outside. He reached under the counter and pulled out a rifle, setting it on the counter within easy reach. "She follow you here?" he asked, his voice low. "What? No, she was just standing there when I pulled up." He nodded slowly, eyes not leaving the window. "She ain't right, that one. None of 'em are." My stomach tightened. "What do you mean?" "They live up in the hills, deep in. Been there for generations. Keep to themselves mostly. But sometimes they come down, watch the roads." He finally looked at me. "People go missing round here sometimes. Hikers mostly. Folks passing through who don't know better." I swallowed hard. "Are you saying she's dangerous?" "I'm saying you should get back in your vehicle and keep driving. Don't stop till you hit the interstate." He pushed my water bottles toward me. "On the house. Just go." I glanced out the window. The woman had moved closer to my van. Lisa was watching her through the window, looking scared. "Thanks," I muttered, grabbing the waters and hurrying out. As I walked back to the van, the woman's head snapped toward me, those wide, unblinking eyes fixing on mine. Up close, I could see her teeth when she smiled. They looked filed down to points. "Hello," she said, her voice raspy like she didn't use it much. "Where you going to?" "Just passing through," I said, moving past her quickly. "These mountains got many paths," she said. "Easy to get lost if you don't know the way." I didn't respond, just got in the van and locked the door immediately. "What the hell was that about?" Lisa asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know, but we're leaving." I started the engine. As we pulled away, I watched in the rearview mirror. The woman just stood there in the middle of the lot, watching us go. The attendant had come out onto the porch, rifle in hand. We drove for about an hour, not saying much. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the road. The forest seemed to close in around us as darkness fell. I was hoping to find a motel or campground, somewhere with other people, but we hadn't passed anything for miles. "I think we should just keep driving through the night," Lisa said. I glanced at the fuel gauge. We had plenty of gas now, but I was exhausted. I'd been driving since early morning. "I don't know if that's safe. I'm pretty beat." We argued about it for a few minutes before compromising. I'd pull off somewhere to rest for a few hours, then we'd continue before dawn. Around 9, I found a small, gravel turnout next to the road. It led to a clearing that looked like an old logging area. It wasn't ideal, but it was off the main road and seemed quiet. "Just for a few hours," I promised Lisa. "We'll be back on the road by morning." We ate some sandwiches we'd packed and tried to relax. Lisa was still on edge, jumping at every sound from the forest. Eventually, we pulled out the bed in the back of the van and tried to sleep. I was so tired that despite everything, I dozed off quickly. I don't know how long I slept before Lisa shook me awake. Her hand was clamped over my mouth, her eyes wide with terror. "There's someone outside," she whispered, her voice barely audible. At first, I thought she was imagining things, still spooked from earlier. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on gravel, circling the van. Slow, deliberate steps. "How many?" I whispered. "I don't know. More than one." I reached under the seat where I kept my handgun. I have a permit and always brought it on long road trips. I'd never had to use it before, and my hands were shaking as I checked that it was loaded. "Stay down," I told Lisa. I crawled to the front of the van and peered out through the windshield. The moon was bright enough that I could see figures moving around the clearing. There were at least 5 of them, maybe more in the trees. They were dressed similarly to the woman at the gas station. Simple clothes, long hair. They moved with that same strange, jerky gait. And there she was, the woman from the station, standing directly in front of the van, those wide eyes reflecting the moonlight. She was smiling. One of them tried the door handle. Another was peering in through the windows. I could hear them whispering to each other in what sounded like English, but with words and phrases I didn't recognize. "We need to go now," Lisa hissed. I nodded, crawling into the driver's seat. The key was already in the ignition, but starting the engine would alert them immediately, and they were surrounding us. "Get ready to hold on," I whispered. I took a deep breath, then rolled down my window just enough to point the gun out. I fired a shot into the air. The sound was deafening in the quiet forest. The figures scattered momentarily, startled by the noise. I used that moment to start the engine and throw the van into reverse, backing out of the clearing as fast as I dared. In the headlights, I could see them regrouping, moving toward us with surprising speed. The woman from the station was in front, those unblinking eyes locked on us, her mouth open in what might have been a laugh or a snarl. I shifted into drive and floored it, the van fishtailing on the gravel before finding traction. As we sped away, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. They were following, running after us with an unnatural speed. "They're coming!" Lisa screamed. I pushed the van as hard as I could on the winding mountain road, taking curves faster than was safe. Several times we nearly went off the edge. Lisa was sobbing in the passenger seat, looking back over her shoulder. "I don't see them anymore," she finally said after we'd been driving for about 20 minutes. I didn't slow down. I kept driving, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. We drove for nearly 2 hours before I saw signs for the interstate. Only then did I let myself breathe. We stopped at a brightly lit truck stop just off the highway. It was around 3 in the morning, and there were several semis parked there, drivers milling about. I've never been so happy to see other people. Lisa was shaking uncontrollably. How did they find us? We were miles from that gas station. I shook my head. I don't know. Maybe they followed us. No one followed us, Mark. I was watching. We sat there in silence, trying to process what had happened. I still don't have an explanation for how they tracked us to that clearing. I don't know who they were or what they wanted. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. When the sun came up, we continued our journey, sticking to major highways. We made it to my grandmother's the next day. I never told my family about what happened. What would I say? That we were hunted by some kind of mountain people in West Virginia? It sounds crazy even now as I type this out. Lisa and I broke up a few months later. She moved back to Canada, and I can't blame her. The experience changed something between us. I've never gone back to that part of the country. Sometimes I think about reporting what happened to the authorities, but what would I tell them? I have no proof, no names, not even an exact location. All I know is that somewhere in those Appalachian mountains, there are people with wide, unblinking eyes who hunt in the darkness. And sometimes, when I wake up at night thinking I hear footsteps outside my window, I wonder if they're still looking for me. Story 3. I've worked in healthcare for almost 20 years, but what happened at Henderson County Hospital still makes me check my locks 3 times every night. I was a charge nurse on the East Wing, and I never thought I'd become the target of, well, I still struggle to talk about it. This all started back in December of 2011. At first, it was just little things going missing from the staff lockers. A granola bar here, a tube of lipstick there. We all figured it was just someone being petty, maybe one of the new hires. Hospitals can be weird places to work, especially overnight shifts when the halls get quiet and everything feels a little off. I remember mentioning it to security, but they kind of brushed it off. Probably just misplaced items, they said. Looking back, I wish they'd taken it more seriously. We all should have. The first time I realized something was really wrong was when I got home after a 12-hour shift. I'm pretty meticulous about keeping my house organized. Living alone means I know exactly where everything is. But that evening, something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but things seemed slightly out of place, like someone had picked up my throw pillows and put them back a few inches off. My shower towel was folded differently than how I leave it. I chalked it up to being exhausted. When you're running on 4 hours of sleep and too much caffeine, your mind plays tricks on you. Then my coworker Jenna mentioned feeling the same way about her apartment. We laughed it off over lunch in the cafeteria. Maybe we have a ghost following the nursing staff home, she joked. If only it had been something that harmless. About 2 weeks later, I was cleaning out my purse when I found something that made my blood turn to ice. Tucked in the inner pocket was a Polaroid photo of me sleeping in my own bed. My bed, in my locked house. I was wearing my blue pajamas with the clouds on them, curled up on my right side like I always sleep. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I checked all my doors and windows. Everything was locked. I called the police immediately. Detective Reynolds showed up about 20 minutes later. He was this tall, serious guy with salt and pepper hair and eyes that didn't miss anything. He took the photo, put it in an evidence bag, and asked me a bunch of questions. When was the last time I'd given anyone a key? Did I have an ex who might be doing this? Had I noticed anyone following me? The answer was no to everything. I lived alone, kept to myself, and hadn't dated anyone seriously in over a year. Detective Reynolds promised to increase patrols in my neighborhood, but we both knew that wouldn't be enough. Whatever was happening had already gotten past my locked doors. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I stayed with my sister for a few days, but eventually had to go back to my place and back to work. The hospital needed nurses, and shifts don't cover themselves. Reynolds came to the hospital to interview other staff members. That's when we discovered I wasn't the only one. 3 other nurses had found similar photos, but they'd been too embarrassed or scared to report them. All women, all living alone, all working in the East Wing. The hospital administration finally took it seriously. They reviewed security footage, installed more cameras, and added guards. But whoever was doing this seemed to know exactly how to avoid being seen. About a week later, Reynolds called me. "Allison," he said, "I found something weird in the security footage. Every night the cameras in the East Wing corridor go black for exactly 7 minutes, from 2:15 to 2:22 in the morning. That corridor was right outside our staff lounge, where we kept our personal belongings during shifts. Reynolds decided to stake out the area the following night. He brought Officer Harmon with him. She was this tough, no-nonsense cop who'd been on the force for years. I was working that night, feeling on edge, but also relieved that the police were finally doing something. Around 1:30, I checked in with them. They were positioned in an empty patient room with a view of the corridor, waiting. At 2:14, I was helping a patient in room 318 when I heard shouting. By the time I got to the corridor, there was a small crowd gathered. Officer Harmon was unconscious on the floor, a nasty bruise forming on her temple. Reynolds was nowhere to be seen. Security guards were rushing around, radios squawking. One of them told me Reynolds had chased someone down the maintenance hallway. I stayed with Harmon until the EMTs arrived, then followed the commotion. They'd cornered someone in room 312, an old storage room that had been part of the renovation project earlier that year. When I got there, Reynolds was standing in the doorway, his face pale. He wouldn't let anyone else in, but I caught a glimpse past him. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, and I recognized the faces. They were all of us, the female staff, some taken in the hospital, some through windows of our homes, and some while we were sleeping. In the center of the room was a makeshift bed, food wrappers, bottles of water. Someone had been living there, in our hospital, watching us. Reynolds pulled me aside later that night. "We found your address written on a map," he said quietly. "Along with your work schedule, what times you usually get home, what time you go to bed, everything." I threw up in the nearest trash can. The next day, I learned the full story. The man they arrested was Robert Fisher, a contractor who'd worked on the hospital renovation. He was supposed to have been reassigned months ago, but he'd never left. Instead, he'd created hiding places throughout the facility, access panels, modified ceiling spaces, that storage room. He'd been living inside the hospital for months. Fisher had been systematically targeting female staff who lived alone. He'd watch us at work, learn our routines, then enter our homes while we were on shift. He'd sleep in our beds, use our showers, eat our food, but he'd meticulously return everything to its original position. Almost everything anyway. He wanted us to feel that something was off, but not be able to prove it. The worst part came when Reynolds showed me the journal they found. Fisher had been inside my house at least 17 times. 17. Sometimes while I was at work, but sometimes while I was asleep. He'd hide under my bed or in my closet for hours, just watching me, taking pictures. There were detailed notes about all of us, what we ate, what shows we watched, who we talked to on the phone. He knew my sister's name, knew when I called her every Sunday. He knew I took my coffee with 1 sugar and almond milk. He knew everything. The psychological evaluation revealed Fisher believed he was protecting us. In his twisted mind, he was watching over us, keeping us safe. He'd developed particular fixations on certain staff members. I was apparently his favorite. When they dug deeper into Fisher's background, they discovered he'd been doing this for years, 7 years, 5 different states, 5 different hospitals. He'd alter his identity just enough each time, but the pattern remained the same. Get hired for renovations, create hiding places, target female staff. The trial was a nightmare. Having to sit there and listen to him describe in detail how he'd break into my home, how he'd sometimes stand over my bed watching me breathe, how he'd taken a shower in my bathroom while I was asleep just 20 feet away. I still can't use my master bathroom without checking behind the shower curtain first. Fisher got 28 years, no remorse. In his final statement to the court, he maintained that we needed someone to watch over us, like he'd been doing us a favor. It's been 12 years now. I've moved twice, changed jobs, installed the most ridiculous security system you can imagine. I sleep with a baseball bat next to my bed, but I still wake up sometimes with that feeling that someone is watching me. The worst thing isn't knowing that he was in my house. It's wondering if he taught someone else how to do it. It's wondering if, right now, there's someone in another hospital, creating their own hiding places, selecting their own targets. It's wondering how many other Roberts are out there, watching people who have no idea they're being watched. Sometimes I'll be at the grocery store or waiting for coffee, and I'll get this sensation on the back of my neck. I'll turn around, convinced I'll see him standing there. But there's never anyone looking at me, at least no one I can see. I still work in healthcare, still try to live a normal life. But I check my locks 3 times every night, and I never, ever sleep with my back to the door. Story 4. I still wake up sometimes, drenched in sweat, feeling the heat pressing down on me. I can hear Paul's delirious mumbling, see Amira's vacant stare as she points at things that aren't there. It's been 15 years since we went into Alvarez Canyon, but I live with what happened every single day. My name is Elena Marquez. In April 2008, I was 34 and at the peak of my career as a documentary filmmaker. My previous work on endangered ecosystems had won awards and opened doors. I was confident, maybe overconfident. That's what I've had to live with, knowing my decisions cost 2 people their lives. We had permits to film in Cabeza Prieta for 4 days, just to document the spring bloom in the wildlife refuge. Sounds simple, right? But I'd pushed for special access to some restricted areas, including Alvarez Canyon. It wasn't on the typical tourist routes, which made it perfect for the kind of untouched footage we wanted. Our crew was small but experienced. Paul Chen was my cinematographer. We'd worked together for years. He was 29, talented, with this incredible eye for composition. Derek Watson handled sound. Quiet guy, super professional, 31 years old. We brought Dr. Amira Hassan as our environmental consultant. At 42, she had the academic credentials to give our documentary weight. And Rafael Mendez, our 55-year-old local guide, had grown up near the refuge and knew it better than anyone. We were prepared, or I thought we were. 2 off-road vehicles, 7 gallons of water per person, satellite phones, GPS systems, emergency medical kits. I'd done shoots in rough conditions before. The desert didn't scare me. God, I was so stupid. The first day went perfectly. We got amazing footage of the wildflowers that bloom after the rare spring rains, these splashes of color against the harsh landscape. Rafael took us to spots where the ocotillo were flowering, these bright, red blooms on spiny stems. We filmed until sunset, then set up camp, cooked dinner on portable stoves, and talked about the next day's shoot. The morning of the second day, we packed up early to catch the dawn light. I remember feeling so good about everything. The sky was this incredible clear blue that you only get in the desert. We split up between the 2 vehicles. I was with Paul and Amira in the lead Jeep, while Derek and Rafael followed in the second. It was around 10 in the morning when we entered Alvarez Canyon. The walls rose up on either side, striated red and tan. Paul was filming from the passenger seat while I drove. We were about 20 minutes into the canyon when I heard this horrible grinding sound from underneath the Jeep. The vehicle lurched, then stopped dead. Paul nearly dropped his camera. I tried to restart it, but nothing happened. When we got out to look, we could see the front axle had completely snapped, just a clean break. Later, the investigation showed there was a manufacturing defect that had been slowly weakening the metal. But at that moment, all I knew was we weren't going anywhere in that vehicle. Derek and Rafael pulled up behind us. We assessed the situation and made what seemed like a logical decision. Derek and Rafael would take the working vehicle back to the ranger station to get help. The rest of us would stay with our supplies. We had water, food, shade from the canyon walls. It should have been fine for a few hours. I remember waving as they drove off, telling them to hurry back. I never saw Rafael alive again. For the first 3 hours, we were fine. We set up a shelter using tarps from our equipment, found spots where the canyon walls provided shade. Paul even got some nice B-roll footage of desert lizards. The temperature was climbing, maybe 100 degrees, but we had water and were staying in the shade. Around 2 in the afternoon, Amira tried to make a routine check-in call with the satellite phone. That's when we discovered the canyon walls were blocking the signal. She climbed up about 30 feet on a slope, trying different spots, but couldn't connect. I wasn't too worried yet. Derek and Rafael should have reached the ranger station by then. By 5 o'clock, I was starting to get concerned. We should have heard something. Paul suggested moving our camp to a wider part of the canyon where the satellite phone might work better. As we were relocating our equipment, Paul lost his footing on some loose rocks. He went down hard, twisting his ankle. It swelled up almost immediately. We wrapped it, gave him some ibuprofen from the med kit, and made him comfortable. Night fell, and no one came. We rationed our food and water, still expecting headlights to appear any minute. None of us slept much. The desert gets cold at night, drops from 100 degrees to maybe 50. We huddled together under emergency blankets, listening to the strange sounds of the desert darkness. By morning, the third day, Paul's ankle was worse. The skin around it was red and hot to the touch. He had a slight fever. I was getting seriously worried now, both about Paul and about Derek and Raphael. They should have been back with help. What we didn't know, couldn't know, was that Derek and Raphael had never made it out of the refuge. Their vehicle had gotten hopelessly stuck in deep sand about 12 miles from where they left us. They'd tried to dig it out for hours before deciding to continue on foot. Then they'd gotten disoriented. The desert all looks the same if you don't know what you're looking for. They'd wandered in the wrong direction. Around noon on that third day, disaster struck again. A small rock slide came down part of the canyon wall, right where we'd stored half our water. Just gone, containers punctured or buried. We were down to less than 3 gallons total for 3 people, with the temperature hitting 105. That afternoon, Amira started acting strange. She kept pointing to the canyon entrance, saying she saw headlights. "They're coming. Can't you see the lights?" But there was nothing there. Later, she insisted she heard engine sounds. The desert was playing tricks on her mind. Dehydration does that. Paul's condition deteriorated rapidly. The infection in his ankle was spreading. We didn't have antibiotics in our basic med kit. His skin was burning up, but he complained of being cold. I tore through our supplies looking for anything that might help, but all I could do was give him more ibuprofen and make him drink water we couldn't really spare. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I just sat there, watching Paul's labored breathing, listening to Amira mumble in her restless sleep. I kept thinking about all the decisions that had led us here. Why hadn't I insisted on better emergency protocols? Why hadn't we established a check-in schedule with the ranger station? Why had I been so determined to film in this specific canyon? The fourth morning, Paul couldn't be roused properly. He was in and out of consciousness, his ankle grotesquely swollen, with red streaks running up his leg. Sepsis. I knew enough about first aid to recognize it, but not enough to treat it. Amira was more lucid but weak. She kept talking about her children back home. I had to do something. I decided to try climbing higher up the canyon wall to get a satellite signal. I gathered up the phone, some water, and started climbing. I was maybe 100 feet up when the rock I was holding on to broke away. I fell, tumbling down the slope. The pain was immediate and blinding. My arm was clearly broken, bent at a sickening angle. I hit my head hard, too. The satellite phone shattered on the rocks. I don't remember much of the next few hours. Concussion, shock, dehydration, all of it combined. I have flashes of Amira trying to splint my arm using camera equipment, of Paul's incoherent mumbling, of the vultures circling overhead, patient. What haunts me most is knowing that during that afternoon, Derek and Raphael had somehow wandered back toward us. The investigation later showed they'd come within half a mile of our position. If any of us had been strong enough to keep signaling, to make noise, but we weren't. Derek was hallucinating too by then. Raphael was already in critical condition from heat exposure. As night fell on the fourth day, Paul went quiet. I remember touching his face, feeling the unnatural coolness of his skin. He was gone. Amira and I were too weak to even cry properly. We just sat there, holding his hands as the stars came out overhead, countless and indifferent. I don't remember the rescue. They told me later that when our permits expired and we hadn't checked in, rangers were dispatched. They found us on the morning of the 5th day. Paul dead, Amira and I unconscious. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Tucson. Raphael's body was found that same day, about 5 miles from our position. Derek was discovered alive, but barely, having stumbled upon a small seep of water that kept him going. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital. He's never fully recovered, physically or mentally. The investigation afterward was thorough. They concluded it was a cascade of unfortunate events rather than negligence. The vehicle defect couldn't have been predicted. The satellite phone dead zone was documented afterward. The rock slide was just bad luck. But I know better. I was the leader. I made the call to split up. I chose that canyon. Every night for 15 years, I've made different choices in my dreams. And every morning, I wake up to the same reality. The desert doesn't just take water from your body. It strips away certainty from your mind. All three of us who were stranded saw and heard the same phantom rescue vehicles, the same imaginary helicopter. Our brains, cooking in the heat, created identical mirages. I haven't made a documentary since. I can't hold a camera without seeing Paul's face. Can't hear the word desert without feeling my throat close up. Derek and I talk sometimes, but conversations always circle back to those 5 days. Amira moved to Canada. She says she never wants to feel hot again. The Alvarez Canyon incident, they call it now. It's taught in wilderness survival courses. New permit requirements were implemented. Warning signs were posted. But none of that brings Paul or Raphael back. I still have the broken satellite phone. I keep it on my desk as a reminder that technology fails, plans fail, people fail. Sometimes I pick it up and look at the cracked screen, wondering what would have happened if I'd just climbed a different part of the canyon wall, or if we'd waited one more day before separating. The desert is still out there, blooming after spring rains. And somewhere in Alvarez Canyon, despite all the changes and new regulations, I left pieces of myself I'll never get back. Story 5. I've debated for months whether to share this. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but another part feels like I need to warn others. This happened last October when I was hiking with my 2 best friends, Ashley and Brooke, on the Appalachian Trail in Southwest Virginia. We'd been planning this trip for almost a year. The 3 of us have been friends since college, and with our busy lives, we don't get to see each other as much as we'd like. We're all experienced hikers. I've done sections of the AT before. Ashley has hiked all over the West Coast, and Brooke is basically a human compass. We were well prepared with proper gear, emergency supplies, and I brought my pistol. Legally, I have my concealed carry permit and checked all regulations. The first 3 days were incredible. Perfect fall weather, the leaves were changing, and we had the trail mostly to ourselves. We'd occasionally pass other hikers, but it was that sweet spot after the summer crowds and before it got too cold. On the 4th day, we planned to reach the Laurel Creek shelter by dusk. We were making good time when we finally arrived, but the moment we approached, something felt off. 3 men were already there, sitting side by side on one of the benches. They were dressed in hiking gear, but something about them didn't seem right. Their equipment looked barely used, and they had these massive packs that seemed oddly shaped. When we walked up, all 3 just stared. No greeting, no head nod, nothing. I tried a friendly, "Hey there, room for 3 more?" One guy, the oldest looking one with a graying beard, eventually muttered, "Suppose so," but kept staring at us in this really unsettling way. His eyes never left us, even when I turned away. I looked at Ashley and Brooke, and I could tell they were feeling the same unease. After exchanging a few glances, I made up some excuse about wanting to cover more ground before dark. As we walked away, I could feel their eyes on our backs. "That was weird as hell," Ashley whispered when we were far enough away. We hiked another mile or so until we found a clearing about 100 yards off the trail. It was well hidden by a thicket of rhododendrons. which seemed perfect since I was already worried about those guys following us. We quickly set up our tent, ate some freeze-dried pasta, and tried to laugh off the creepy encounter. I fell asleep around 10, but woke up at what must have been around 1 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it. Deliberate, slow footsteps circling our campsite. Not the random snapping of twigs from an animal, but the careful steps of someone trying to be quiet. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might wake up Ashley and Brooke. I carefully reached for my pistol, which I kept in my sleeping bag pocket, and nudged Ashley awake. The moment she opened her eyes, I put my finger to my lips and pointed outside. She immediately understood and woke Brooke. The footsteps stopped right by our tent. I could see the shadow of someone standing there, just waiting. In that moment, I knew I had to act before they did whatever they were planning. I unzipped the tent in one quick motion and stepped out, gun in hand. I caught a glimpse of someone ducking behind a tree about 20 feet away. "I am armed," I shouted, my voice sounding much steadier than I felt. "Back off now." For a second, there was complete silence. Then I heard what sounded like multiple people running in different directions. Not just one person, at least 3 or 4. My blood went cold. Ashley and Brooke were out of the tent now, too. Ashley with her trekking pole and Brooke with bear spray. "Was it those guys from the shelter?" Brooke whispered. "I think so," I said, though I hadn't seen them clearly enough to be sure. We stayed awake the rest of the night, huddled together with our backs against a tree, watching the darkness. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. By morning, we were exhausted, but alive. We packed up at first light, barely speaking. There was an unspoken agreement that we needed to get the hell out of there as fast as possible. The original plan had been a 7-day trip, but we all knew we weren't staying another 3 days. That whole day, I felt like we were being watched. Every time I looked back down the trail, I thought I saw movement, but never clearly enough to be sure. We hiked hard, barely stopping for breaks, pushing ourselves to cover as much ground as possible. By late afternoon, we were getting desperate to find a safe place to camp. We'd covered nearly 15 miles, but I knew we couldn't keep going all night. About an hour before sunset, Brooke spotted a ravine off to the side of the trail that looked defensible. It had a rocky overhang that would cover our backs and offered a clear view of the surrounding area. We set up camp in silence, too exhausted for conversation. We took turns keeping watch, but eventually, fatigue won out, and we all dozed off around midnight. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of our gear being moved. Not inside the tent, outside, where we'd stored our packs under the tarp. My hand was already on my pistol before my eyes fully opened. Ashley and Brooke were still asleep. I grabbed my flashlight, nudged Ashley awake, and crawled to the tent entrance. When I unzipped it and shined my light outside, I saw someone crouched by our packs. They immediately bolted into the darkness. "They're back," I hissed. Brooke was awake now too, grabbing her boots. I stepped out further, swinging my flashlight around, and that's when I saw them. 4 separate lights down by the creek bed, about 50 yards away. 4 lights. That meant at least 4 people. More than the 3 men we'd seen at the shelter. The flashlight beams were pointed at the ground, moving around like they were looking for something, or planning something. As I watched, one of the figures straightened up and pulled something long and reflective from their pack. Even from that distance, I could tell it was a machete or some kind of large knife. "We need to go. Now," I whispered. "They're between us and the trail," Brooke pointed out, her voice shaking. Ashley had her pistol out now too. "I'm going to fire a warning shot," she said. Before I could respond, she fired into the air. The effect was immediate. The lights below all turned in our direction, and we could hear people shouting to each other. They started moving toward us. We grabbed only what we absolutely needed: one pack with water, some food, our phones, and my gun. We left everything else and ran in the opposite direction, away from the trail and deeper into the forest. I've never been so terrified in my life. Running through the woods at night, hearing people crashing through the underbrush behind us. We had one small flashlight between us, but we barely used it, afraid it would give away our position. We stumbled over roots and rocks, scratched by branches we couldn't see. At one point, we heard them spread out, trying to flank us. We changed direction, heading uphill toward a ridge we'd seen earlier. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt like they would give out, but pure adrenaline kept me going. We reached the ridge and kept moving, no longer on any trail, just pushing through the wilderness. The sounds of pursuit eventually faded, but we didn't stop. We couldn't risk it. For the next day and a half, we hiked non-stop, only taking brief breaks to rest and drink water. We rationed the little food we had, not knowing how long it would take to reach safety. We avoided the main trail, using Brooks' compass and a small map we had to navigate toward the nearest road. After what felt like forever, actually about 36 hours of almost constant movement, we finally reached a paved road. We flagged down the first pickup truck we saw, driven by an older man who looked shocked at our appearance. We must have looked insane, filthy, exhausted, with cuts and bruises all over. He drove us to the nearest police station, where we filed a report. The officers seemed concerned, but not exactly shocked. One of them took me aside and mentioned that 2 solo hikers had gone missing in that general area over the past year. But there's no evidence the cases are connected, he added quickly. They sent officers to recover our abandoned gear, but of course everything was gone. No trace of our campsite, no evidence of the people who had hunted us through the woods. It's been 7 months now, and I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear footsteps outside my apartment. I've tried researching those missing hikers, but found very little information. The cases remain unsolved. Ashley, Brooke, and I don't talk about that night much, but I know they're as haunted by it as I am. Sometimes I wonder who those people were. Were they looking to rob us? Or was it something worse? The image of that machete gleaming in the flashlight beam still gives me nightmares. I still hike, but never alone and never in remote areas. And I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if someday I'll turn around and see those same men staring at me, just like they did at the shelter. Waiting. Story 6. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened to me and my fellow officers. It started in November 2018. I'd been with the Boston PD for 15 years by then, and I thought I'd seen everything. I was wrong. So wrong. My name is James Mitchell, and I work, or used to work, the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. Night patrol in Boston isn't for everyone, but I'd always liked the quiet, the way the city transforms after dark. There's a different rhythm to it, you know? Less noise, more substance. At least that's how I used to see it. That night in November started like any other. I kissed my wife goodbye, grabbed my travel mug of coffee, and headed to the precinct. The weather was turning cold, that biting New England chill that gets into your bones. I remember joking with Peterson at the desk about needing thermal underwear soon. Normal stuff. Everything was normal. The shift started uneventfully. A couple of drunken disorderlies, a domestic that thankfully calmed down before it escalated, the usual midnight chaos. Around 1:30 in the morning, I started feeling off. Nothing I could put my finger on exactly. Just wrong. Like when you're coming down with the flu, but different. My skin felt too tight. Colors seemed brighter, sounds clearer. I remember sitting in my patrol car, parked near Boston Common, thinking I should probably call in sick. That's when I noticed I could hear a conversation happening on a bench about 50 yards away. Not just muffled voices, I could hear every word clearly, as if they were sitting right next to me. A couple arguing about whether they should move in together. The guy didn't want to give up his man cave. The woman thought he was being childish. I figured my mind was playing tricks on me. Lack of sleep, maybe. I'd been pulling extra shifts that week, but then I realized I could see them perfectly too, despite the dim lighting and distance. Every detail, her red fingernails, the scuff on his left boot, the way her earrings caught what little light there was. By 2 a.m., I knew something was seriously wrong. I'd caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror and barely recognized the face staring back. My skin had taken on this grayish tone, like all the blood had been drained out. And my eyes, my pupils were huge, completely dilated, despite the dashboard light shining right at me. I radioed in that I needed to return to the station. When I got there, Peterson took one look at me and called Sergeant Dawkins over. Their faces told me everything I needed to know. I looked as bad as I felt. "Jesus, Mitchell, what happened to you?" Dawkins asked, reaching out to steady me as I swayed on my feet. I couldn't answer, not because I didn't want to, but because I suddenly realized I couldn't feel anything. Not fear, not confusion, nothing. It was like someone had flipped a switch inside me, turning off all emotions. I just stood there, cataloging their reactions with detached interest. Peterson, my partner for 5 years, approached me cautiously. "Jim, you recognize me, right?" I knew intellectually that this was Peterson, that we'd worked together for years, had barbecues at each other's houses, that I was godfather to his kid. But I felt no connection to those memories. They might as well have belonged to someone else. "Your name is Robert Peterson. We work together," I said flatly. Even my voice sounded wrong, monotone, mechanical. The look on his face, I can still picture it perfectly. Horror mixed with pity. They called an ambulance. Someone took my temperature, 94 degrees, hypothermic, but I wasn't shivering. Didn't feel cold at all. The ride to Massachusetts General is mostly a blur of enhanced sensations. The ambulance siren was excruciating, like someone driving ice picks into my ears. The flashing lights seemed to slow down until I could distinguish individual pulses. I could smell everything: the antiseptic they'd used to clean the ambulance, the coffee the EMT had spilled on his uniform 3 days earlier, the specific brand of deodorant he used. At the hospital, they ran tests. So many tests. Blood work, MRIs, CT scans, EEGs. The neurologist, Dr. Vasquez, couldn't hide her fascination as she looked at my brain scans. "This isn't possible," she kept muttering, showing the images to colleagues who appeared equally baffled. "These patterns, there's nothing like this in the literature." I didn't care. I just lay there, hyper-aware of everything around me, but emotionally disconnected from all of it. I could hear doctors conferring in the hallway 30 feet away, discussing my unprecedented neurological activity. I could see dust motes floating in the air, count the threads in the hospital sheets. When they turned the lights off to test my pupillary response, I realized I could see perfectly in the darkness, as if the room were still fully lit. They found an unidentified protein in my blood, something they'd never seen before. It was apparently rewiring my neural pathways, enhancing certain functions while suppressing others. My emotional centers were barely functioning, but my sensory processing had gone into overdrive. What scared them most was that I didn't seem scared at all. When Dr. Vasquez asked how I felt, I remember telling her, more aware than I've ever been. And it was true. I felt like I'd spent my whole life underwater and had finally come up for air. Everything was so clear, so sharp, so present. They wanted to keep me for observation, but something inside me, some new instinct, told me I needed to be outside, working, especially during the night hours. I checked myself out against medical advice. The doctors couldn't legally stop me. Back at the precinct, I learned I wasn't the only one. Martinez from the 9th precinct had shown up for her shift with the same gray skin and dilated pupils. 2 days later, it was Ramirez and Johnson. By the end of 2 weeks, 19 officers across different precincts were affected. The only common denominator? We all worked the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. Someone at headquarters noticed another pattern. We'd all been on duty during specific lunar phases. Full moon, new moon, first quarter. The department started calling it Boston Badge Syndrome, like giving it a name would somehow make it less terrifying. The changes kept coming. I started arriving at crime scenes before the calls even came in. Just knew where to be and when. Martinez could navigate pitch-black buildings without a flashlight. Coleman could tell you what was inside a sealed evidence box without opening it. I watched her do it, naming every item correctly while the box sat unopened on the table. We started communicating without radios, somehow sensing each other's thoughts across impossible distances. During a hostage situation at a convenience store, 4 of us affected officers showed up simultaneously from different directions, moved in perfect coordination without speaking, and had the situation resolved in 90 seconds. The department brass didn't know whether to commend us or commit us. Dr. Vasquez kept running tests, trying to understand what was happening. She determined that the protein was synthetic, man-made, not natural. It was designed to enhance performance in low-light conditions, like some kind of experimental military tech. Worse, it was self-replicating and spreading through exposure to specific electromagnetic frequencies, the kind generated by our radio equipment during certain atmospheric conditions. The CDC got involved. Their investigation was classified, but rumors spread. The protein matched fragments of research from a Cold War-era project aimed at creating enhanced soldiers for nighttime operations. Someone had revived the research, modified it, and apparently decided to test it on cops working the night shift. Then came December 15th. I'll never forget that date. At exactly 3:33 a.m., something happened to all of us simultaneously. We just stopped. Wherever we were, whatever we were doing, we all stood motionless for exactly 7 minutes, facing magnetic north. I was in the middle of processing a suspect when it happened. Just froze in place, my body no longer under my control. One of the desk sergeants later told me my eyes had changed during those 7 minutes, started glowing with this weird blue-green light, like bioluminescent algae. He thought he was losing his mind until reports came in from across the city describing the same thing happening to every affected officer. After those 7 minutes, something fundamental shifted. We became more connected, more synchronized. I could finish sentences Coleman started. Ramirez and I would reach for the same evidence at the exact same moment. We moved like dancers in perfect coordination without any practice or communication. Our arrest rates shot through the roof, up 300% in just 2 weeks. We could sense criminal activity before it happened, predict where drugs would be hidden, know which suspect was lying without a polygraph. but our reports became increasingly difficult for non-affected officers to understand. We kept referencing the pattern and the frequency, terms that made perfect sense to us but baffled everyone else. The federal investigation expanded when they discovered similar cases occurring in night shift units across the northeastern United States. When they mapped the affected precincts, they formed a perfect geometric grid centered on Boston. The source was eventually traced to a supposedly decommissioned military research facility in New Hampshire. Documents recovered from the site confirmed our worst fears. We were unwitting test subjects in an experiment that had gotten out of control. They tried to treat us, to reverse the changes. Nothing worked. The protein had completely integrated with our systems, rewriting not just our biology, but our perception of reality itself. When they tried to remove us from night shift duties, we all experienced the same crushing sense of incompleteness, of being cut off from something essential. Most of us returned to work despite medical warnings. Eventually, the department created a specialized unit just for us. We continued our patrols, using our new capabilities to do our jobs in ways that would have seemed impossible before. Crime rates in our patrol areas dropped to historic lows, but the price, the emotional disconnection, the loss of our former selves, the knowledge that we'd been changed forever by someone's experiment. I haven't slept more than 20 minutes at a stretch since that November night. Don't seem to need it anymore. My wife tries to understand, but how can she? I see the fear in her eyes when I stare out the window at 3 a.m., perfectly still, tracking patterns in the night sky that only I and the others can perceive. Sometimes I catch glimpses of our old selves, brief flashes of the people we used to be. Peterson brought in donuts last week, my favorite, Boston cream, and for just a second, I felt a ghost of pleasure, of connection. Then it was gone, swallowed by the vast awareness that has replaced my humanity. The doctors say the changes are irreversible. We're something different now, not quite human anymore. There are 19 of us in Boston, over 100 across the Northeast. We feel each other, even at a distance. We're connected by something beyond current scientific understanding. Last night, I stood on the roof of the precinct and looked up at the stars. For the first time, I could see them as they truly are. Not just points of light, but vast ancient entities pulsing with the same frequency that now runs through my veins. I felt a pull, a calling, and knew the others felt it too. Whatever was done to us, whatever we're becoming, it's not finished yet. The pattern is still unfolding, the frequency is still changing, and something tells me that December 15th was just the beginning. Story 7. I've been driving trucks for 16 years. 16 years of cross-country hauls, bad diner coffee, and stretches of highway that all start to look the same after a while. I've seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Accidents, weird roadkill, hitchhikers that make you lock your doors, even a couple UFOs, though I'm pretty sure those were just military aircraft. But what happened to me 3 months ago on I-57 in southern Illinois? I still can't explain it, and it's the reason I've been thinking about hanging up my keys for good. It was a standard refrigerated haul from Chicago to Memphis. Nothing special, just food products that needed to stay cold. I've done this route maybe 30 times before. Left Chicago around 8 in the evening, which would put me in Memphis early morning. Perfect timing for delivery. The night started normally enough. Traffic thinned out once I got south of Kankakee, and I settled in for the long overnight haul. It had been raining on and off, but around 1 in the morning, it really started coming down. By the time I passed Effingham, it was a full-on downpour. the kind where your wipers can barely keep up and you're hunched forward trying to see through sheets of water. I remember checking my watch around 2:30 in the morning. I was about 40 miles south of Effingham, making decent time despite the weather. Traffic was non-existent, just me and the occasional car heading north. I noticed I was passing mile marker 151, and for some reason, the number stuck in my head. About a minute later, I saw another mile marker through the rain, also 151. I figured I just misread it with all the rain, or maybe there was a duplicate marker for some construction reason. No big deal. Then I passed another marker, 151 again. I sat up straighter in my seat. That wasn't right. I'd been driving steadily at around 65 miles per hour. There's no way I should be seeing the same marker. I glanced at my GPS, which showed me progressing normally south on I-57. The next marker came into view, illuminated briefly by my headlights. 151. Something cold settled in my stomach. I'd been driving for over 15 minutes now, and every single mile marker was 151. But my GPS showed me making normal progress, already past Benton and approaching West Frankfurt. That's when I noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. They were strange, greenish instead of the normal white or yellow, and they stayed exactly the same distance behind me, no matter what I did. I sped up to 70, and they maintained the same distance. I slowed to 60, and they slowed too. I decided to pull over and let whatever it was pass me. There's a wide shoulder on that stretch of I-57, so I signaled, out of habit since there was nobody else around, and eased onto the shoulder, gradually slowing to a stop. The headlights behind me did exactly the same thing. They maintained that perfect distance, stopping when I stopped. My heart was beating faster now. I reached for my CB radio to see if any other truckers were in the area. All I got was static. Not the normal kind of static either. It had a rhythm to it, almost like it was trying to form words. I checked my GPS again, and what I saw made my blood run cold. According to the screen, I was driving in a perfect circle, even though the highway was straight as an arrow. The little truck icon on the screen was just going around and around in a circle about a mile in diameter. Then the rain stopped. Not gradually, it just cut off like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second it was pouring, the next it was completely dry. The sudden silence was deafening. That's when I heard it, a clicking sound coming from my engine compartment. Click, 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 pause. Click, 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 pause. Perfectly timed, like a metronome. My truck was a 2-year-old Peterbilt, well-maintained and never made sounds like that. I glanced at my side mirrors, and what I saw made me forget how to breathe for a second. The headlights behind me were floating, just floating in the air with no vehicle attached to them. They were about the height a truck's headlights would be, but there was nothing there, just 2 greenish orbs of light hanging in the darkness. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. I hit the gas hard, pushing my rig to speeds that would have gotten my CDL revoked on the spot. 80, 90, nearly 100 miles per hour, which is insane for a fully loaded semi. The engine was screaming, but those lights kept pace perfectly, never getting closer or farther away. I was so focused on the lights behind me that I almost didn't stop in time when a figure appeared in the road ahead. I slammed on the brakes, feeling the trailer trying to jackknife as the tires fought for grip on the mysteriously dry pavement. The truck stopped about 20 feet from the figure. It was a highway patrolman, standing perfectly still in the middle of the lane. He wasn't wearing a reflective vest, and there was no patrol car in sight. Just a man in a trooper's uniform, standing motionless on an empty highway at nearly 3 in the morning. Something was wrong with how he moved when he started walking toward my truck. It was too smooth, too perfect, like someone had studied how humans walk but had never actually done it themselves. Each step was exactly the same length. His arms swung in perfect arcs. As he got closer, I could see his face in my headlights, and my stomach turned over. His face was wrong. It's hard to explain, but it was like someone had studied human faces but never actually seen one. His features were all there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they weren't quite in the right places. His skin looked like plastic, too smooth and reflective. He gestured for me to roll down my window. Every instinct was screaming at me not to, but I felt like I had no choice. My hand moved to the window control almost against my will. "You need to turn around," he said. His voice sounded normal, which somehow made everything worse. "This stretch isn't for you. Go back." "Back where?" I asked, my mouth so dry I could barely form the words. "Mile marker 152, he said, enunciating each syllable separately. "You took a wrong turn. They all do, but some don't realize it until it's too late." I glanced at my GPS, which was still showing me driving in a perfect circle, even though my truck was stationary. "What's happening?" I managed to ask. He tilted his head at an angle that no human neck should be able to achieve. "This segment is closed for your kind tonight. Turn around. Go back to marker 152. Then he added something that chilled me to the bone. "And don't look in your mirrors anymore." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He stepped aside, and I began the complicated process of turning an 18-wheeler around on a 2-lane highway. The whole time, I could feel him watching me. I kept my eyes forward, remembering his warning about the mirrors. Once I was headed north, I accelerated as quickly as I safely could. The clicking sound from the engine was still there, and my GPS was still malfunctioning, but I felt a tiny bit of hope that maybe I could get out of whatever this was. I drove for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Every mile marker I passed still read 151. The greenish headlights were now in front of me, maintaining that same perfect distance. I couldn't help myself. Despite the warning, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The patrolman wasn't there anymore. In his place was something tall and thin with proportions that were all wrong. Limbs too long, torso too short. And it wasn't alone. Similar figures lined the highway by each mile marker, all standing perfectly still, all facing my truck, all watching. I've never driven so fast in my life. I kept my eyes glued to the road ahead, refusing to look at anything else. The clicking from the engine got faster and louder, almost drowning out the sound of the diesel. 17 minutes later, I know because I was obsessively checking my watch, I passed a mile marker that read 151. Then, finally, blessedly, one that read 152. The moment I passed marker 152, everything changed. The clicking sound stopped. My GPS snapped back to normal, showing me correctly positioned on I-57. The greenish headlights disappeared. Even the weather changed. Suddenly it was raining again, exactly as hard as it had been before everything went sideways. I pulled into the next rest stop and sat there shaking for almost an hour. When I finally felt steady enough to drive again, I continued north instead of trying to resume my southbound journey. I called my dispatcher and made up some story about engine trouble. They weren't happy, but I didn't care. When I got back to the yard in Chicago, I checked my electronic logbook. According to the records, my truck had been stationary for 3 hours that night, from 2:30 to 5:30 in the morning, but I know I was driving the whole time. I never stopped except for those few minutes with the patrolman. A month later, I was in the break room at our terminal when a news report caught my attention. Another refrigerated truck, same company as mine, had been found abandoned at mile marker 151 on I-57 in southern Illinois. The driver was missing. The truck's electronic log showed it had been in the same spot for 3 days, but Highway Patrol reported that no truck had been parked there when they did their regular patrols. I haven't driven that stretch of I-57 since. I take the long way around, adding hours to my trips. My dispatcher thinks I'm crazy, and maybe I am. But I know what I saw, and I know what happened to me. And I know that something is wrong with mile marker 151. Story 8. I've never talked about what happened at Sidewinder Mine before. Not publicly, at least. The therapist says I should start sharing it, that it might help me process everything. It's been 7 years now, but I still wake up gasping for air, convinced I'm back in that darkness. So here goes. November 12th, 2016. It was supposed to be just another weekend adventure. Alex, Lucas, and I had been exploring Death Valley for nearly 2 years by then. We were all geology nerds at UNLV. Alex was working on his thesis about abandoned mining operations in the region. Lucas was our rock identification expert, and I handled most of the navigation and safety planning. The weather was perfect that morning, clear skies, about 60 degrees. We left Vegas around 5 a.m. in Lucas's Jeep, arrived at the park by 8. We'd researched Sidewinder Mine for weeks. Alex had reconstructed this amazing hand-drawn map from historical documents he'd found in the university archives. It showed a main horizontal shaft with several branches, chambers, and what looked like promising ore deposits. "This is going to be the crown jewel of my thesis," Alex kept saying, tapping the map excitedly as we drove. He'd been obsessed with Sidewinder for months, a gold mine from the 1930s that was abandoned after producing only modest returns, but Alex was convinced the miners had given up too soon. He wasn't after gold, though, just the academic recognition of documenting a forgotten piece of mining history. We parked about a quarter mile from the entrance, leaving a detailed note on the dashboard with our names, contact information, and expected return time, standard procedure for us. We'd learned that lesson after getting temporarily lost on a previous hike. We grabbed our packs and equipment, LED headlamps, backup flashlights, extra batteries, 3 liters of water each, energy bars, first aid kit, Alex's map, and our phones, though we knew reception would be non-existent underground. Lucas had his inhaler too. He'd had asthma since childhood, but it was well controlled and had never caused issues on our previous explorations. We were prepared, we were careful, we did everything right. The mine entrance was exactly where Alex's research indicated, a horizontal shaft cut into the rock face of a small hill, partially obscured by desert scrub. It looked so unassuming, just a dark rectangle in the beige landscape. We took a group selfie at the entrance, all grinning like idiots. That photo is still on my phone. I can't bring myself to delete it. The main tunnel was about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide, reinforced at intervals with old timber supports that looked surprisingly intact. The air inside was cool and dry, with that distinctive mineral smell that all caves and mines have. Our headlamps cut sharp beams through the darkness, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. We walked slowly, Alex stopping frequently to take notes and photographs, Lucas examining rock formations, me marking our path on a copy of Alex's map. About 800 feet in, we reached a junction where a secondary tunnel branched off to the right and sloped downward. The main tunnel continued straight ahead, but what caught our attention were the ore cart tracks embedded in the floor of the side tunnel. They were in remarkably good condition, just a light coating of rust. "Holy shit, look at these," Alex said, crouching down to examine them. "This isn't on my map. This could be a completely undocumented section." I should have said no. I should have insisted we stick to the main tunnel. But the excitement in Alex's voice was contagious, and we'd done dozens of explorations together without incident. We were experienced. We were careful. We were stupid. We followed the side tunnel as it descended at about a 20-degree angle. The air grew slightly cooler as we went deeper. After about 500 feet, the tunnel leveled out and opened into a larger chamber, maybe 30 feet across. The ceiling rose to about 12 feet, and there were timber support beams spaced around the perimeter. 3 smaller tunnels extended from this chamber in different directions. Alex was practically bouncing with excitement. "This is incredible. This entire section isn't documented anywhere. We're probably the first people to set foot in here since the miners left." According to my calculations, we were now approximately 400 feet below the surface. We'd been underground for about 2 hours. Everything still felt completely safe. The air quality was good, the support structures looked solid, and we had plenty of supplies. We were examining some mining equipment left behind in the corner of the chamber when I felt it. A subtle vibration through the floor. So faint, I almost thought I'd imagined it. Then came a deep rumbling sound, like distant thunder, but beneath us rather than above. Lucas felt it too. What was that? Alex's expression changed instantly from excitement to alarm. "Move! Back to the entrance, now!" We had barely taken 3 steps when the rumbling intensified. The ceiling 30 feet ahead of us, where the sloped tunnel entered the chamber, collapsed in a deafening roar. Tons of rock crashed down, sending up a choking cloud of dust. The force knocked us backward. We scrambled away from the falling debris, retreating into one of the smaller tunnels off the main chamber. For several minutes, we just sat there in shock, coughing as dust filled our lungs. When the rumbling finally stopped and the dust began to settle, we cautiously made our way back to the chamber. Where the sloped tunnel had been was now a wall of fallen rock. Our exit was completely blocked. "It's okay," Alex said, his voice shaking slightly despite his attempt to sound calm. "We just need to assess the situation. We left our info in the car, so if we don't return on time, someone will come looking." We had planned to exit the mine by 6 p.m. It was now around noon. That meant potentially 18 hours before anyone would even realize we were missing, and longer before a search would begin in earnest. We inventoried our supplies. 9 liters of water total, 12 energy bars, headlamps with batteries that would last about 10 hours each at full power, plus 3 backup flashlights, first aid kit, and our phones, useless without signal, but with flashlight functions that could extend our light supply. "Let's conserve the headlamps," I suggested, one on at a time at reduced power. We systematically explored the chamber and each of the 3 tunnels branching from it. 2 dead-ended after about 30 feet. The third extended about 50 feet before narrowing to a crawl space too small to navigate. We were truly trapped. We returned to the rockfall blocking our exit. After careful examination, we determined that some of the smaller rocks near the right side might be movable. For the next several hours, we worked in shifts, 2 of us moving rocks while the third rested. Progress was painfully slow. By what we estimated was midnight, we had created a small opening through which we could see part of the tunnel beyond, but nowhere near large enough to crawl through. "Let's rest," Lucas suggested, his breathing becoming slightly labored from the exertion and dusty air. "Continue in the morning." We retreated to the chamber, established a small camp area, and tried to sleep in shifts. None of us got much rest. The absolute darkness when we turned off the lights was oppressive, seeming to press against your eyeballs. The silence was broken only by our breathing and occasional, distant sounds of settling rock that made us all tense up. By the second day, things were deteriorating. The air quality was noticeably worse, stale and dusty. Lucas's breathing became more troubled, and he had to use his inhaler twice. We continued working on the rockfall, but our progress slowed as fatigue and dehydration set in. We reduced our water consumption to tiny sips, just enough to keep our mouths from completely drying out. Our headlamps were dimming despite our conservation efforts. We switched to using just one flashlight, turning it on only when absolutely necessary. Most of the time, we sat in complete darkness to save power. We talked about our families, about school, about what we'd do when we got out. Lucas had been planning to propose to his girlfriend at Christmas. Alex was supposed to present his thesis research the following week. I had plane tickets to visit my parents in Japan for Thanksgiving. Normal life seemed impossibly distant. By the third day, things became desperate. Our last functioning light source was barely producing a glow. We were down to less than half a liter of water between us. Lucas's asthma was worsening dramatically in the poor air quality. His breathing now came in wheezes, and his inhaler was nearly empty. Alex made a decision. "I'm going to try to get through that opening we made," he said. "It's small, but I think I can squeeze through. Maybe I can find another way around, or at least get to a spot where our phones might work." We argued against it. The opening was tiny, and the rock fall was unstable, but Alex was determined. "I got us into this," he said. "I'm getting you out." In the dim light of our last flashlight, he hugged each of us. "See you on the other side," he said with forced cheerfulness. Then he crawled toward the rockfall. I helped him navigate the small opening we'd created. It was barely wide enough for his shoulders. I watched as he squirmed through, feet disappearing into the darkness beyond. "I'm through," his voice came back, muffled by the rocks. "I'll come back for you guys. Just hang tight." That was the last time I heard his voice. Lucas and I waited in the darkness after our light finally failed. Complete, absolute darkness, unlike anything you can imagine. We talked intermittently to keep our spirits up, but Lucas's condition was deteriorating rapidly. His breathing became increasingly labored, each inhale a painful wheeze. I held his hand, feeling helpless. I don't know exactly when it happened. Time had lost all meaning in the darkness, but at some point, Lucas's hand went limp in mine. His labored breathing, which had been my constant companion in the darkness, simply stopped. "Lucas," I whispered. Then louder, "Lucas." No response. I shook him gently, then more frantically. Nothing. I felt for a pulse but couldn't find one with my trembling fingers. I sat there beside him in the absolute darkness, holding his hand as it grew cold. I don't know how long I sat there. Hours, probably. I was delirious from dehydration by then. I remember talking to him, to Alex, to my parents, unsure if I was actually speaking aloud or just thinking. I had given up hope when I heard it. A faint sound of scraping from the direction of the rockfall, then voices, then light, blindingly bright after days in darkness. The rescue team told me later that a park ranger had noticed our vehicle with the expired permit. Search teams found the mine entrance and discovered signs of a recent collapse. They spent 14 hours clearing a path through the rockfall. They also told me about Alex. He had made it through the first rockfall, but encountered a second collapse further up the tunnel. He had attempted to dig through unstable debris, triggering a further collapse. When they found him, he was buried under tons of rock, still facing in the direction that would have led back to us. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital recovering from severe dehydration, malnutrition, and psychological trauma. Lucas's family held his funeral while I was still hospitalized. I watched it via video call from my hospital bed. Alex's was the week after. I attended in a wheelchair, still too weak to stand for long. The investigation determined that decades of seasonal water seepage had weakened the mine's support structures. They sealed the entrance with a steel barrier afterward. There's a small plaque there now, commemorating Lucas and Alex. It's been 7 years, but I still can't sleep in a completely dark room. I still wake up gasping for air, convinced I'm back in that chamber. I still hear Lucas's labored breathing stop in the darkness. I still feel the weight of Alex's last words. I don't have a profound conclusion or lesson to share, just a hole in my life where 2 friends used to be, and memories of 72 hours of darkness that will never fully leave me. Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for months. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make the nightmares worse, but I need to tell someone who might believe me. I can't talk to my friends or family about it. They'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. This happened back in October, just about 4 months ago. I was driving back from visiting my brother in Pittsburgh. Instead of staying another night, I decided to head home to Philly, even though it was already getting late. I've always been good with directions. It's something I pride myself on. I can usually find my way around without GPS, but this time was different. It was around 11 at night when I hit this construction zone on Route 22. There was a worker in a high-vis vest waving a flashlight, directing traffic onto a detour. Nothing seemed weird about it at first, just annoying. The guy pointed me toward this small county road I'd never been on before. I remember checking my phone to pull up Google Maps, but the signal was already getting spotty. The detour signs were there at first, those orange diamond-shaped ones with the black arrows. I followed them for about 20 minutes before I realized I hadn't seen another one for a while. The road had gotten narrower too, just this crumbling asphalt with no lines painted on it. Trees crowded in from both sides, and there were no streetlights. By this point, my phone showed no service at all. I kept driving, thinking I'd eventually hit a main road or see some sign of civilization. The digital clock on my dashboard read 1:37, and I was getting seriously worried. I'm not usually one to panic, but being completely lost in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night will mess with anyone's head. After about 40 minutes of driving on these increasingly deteriorating back roads, I came to this unmarked crossroads, 4 dirt roads meeting in dense woodland. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, and there wasn't a single sign anywhere. The clock read 2:17 in the morning. I stopped the car, trying to figure out what to do. My GPS was useless without signal, and I had no idea which way would lead back to civilization. That's when things went from concerning to terrifying. My radio had been off, but suddenly it crackled to life by itself. At first, I thought it was just interference, but then I heard voices. It sounded like CB radio chatter, the kind truckers use. Subject vehicle stopped at Junction 4, blue sedan, Pennsylvania plates. The voice was male, flat, emotionless. Another voice responded, "Confirm visual on target?" "Affirmative. Driver appears to be male, alone. Perfect profile. Disoriented, alone. No one expecting him until morning. Proceed with containment." I froze. They were talking about me, about my car. Someone was watching me. I frantically looked around, but couldn't see anything in the darkness beyond my headlights. The voices continued. "All units converge on Junction 4. Remember, we need this one intact." That's when I panicked. I slammed my car into drive and took the right fork, purely on instinct. I had no idea where I was going, just that I needed to get away. My tires kicked up dirt and stones as I accelerated down the narrow road, branches scraping against the sides of my car. The radio kept broadcasting, "Target is moving south on Logging Road 16, pursuit engaged." In my rearview mirror, I saw headlights appear, followed by a roof-mounted light bar that suddenly blazed to life, bathing the trees in harsh white light. It was a pickup truck, and it was gaining on me fast. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. The road was getting worse, potholes everywhere, fallen branches. I was going too fast for these conditions, but slowing down wasn't an option. The radio crackled again. "Roadblock established at the quarry intersection. Target has nowhere to go. Logging Road 16 dead ends in 2 miles. I was trapped. According to them, this road ended at some quarry, and they were waiting for me there. The truck behind me was getting closer, its high beams flooding my car with light. That's when I noticed a narrow gap between the trees on my left. It wasn't a road, barely even a path, but it looked just wide enough for my car. Without thinking, I cut the wheel hard and killed my headlights, praying I wouldn't hit a tree. The car scraped through the gap, branches snapping against the windshield. I heard the pickup truck roar past on the main dirt road, not seeing my turn. I kept moving forward slowly in the darkness, afraid to turn my lights back on. The undercarriage of my car scraped against rocks and roots, but I kept going. After what felt like forever but was probably only a minute or two, I emerged into a small clearing. In front of me was a building, some kind of ranger station or forestry outpost. It was dark except for a single exterior light by the door. I figured I could hide there until morning, maybe find a map or a working phone. I parked behind the building where my car wouldn't be visible from the road and approached cautiously. The place looked abandoned, windows dusty, paint peeling, but the door was unlocked. I slipped inside, using my phone's flashlight to navigate. The interior was a basic office setup: desk, filing cabinets, a few chairs. On the wall was a large map of the area marked with what looked like patrol routes. What made my blood run cold were the red X marks on several of the back roads. They formed a pattern around the very roads I'd been driving on. Next to the map was a logbook. Flipping it open, I saw entries with dates, times, vehicle descriptions, and names. The most recent entry made me feel sick. October 17th, blue 2018 Honda Civic, PA plate TRJ 4213, Michael Benson, ETA 0200 0300. That was my name, my car. How the hell did they know I'd be here? I'd only decided to drive home at the last minute instead of staying at my brother's. Nobody knew my route. The radio on the desk suddenly came to life. "Subject vehicle lost on Logging Road 16. Sweep the area. All units converge on Outpost 7. Possible breach at the station." They knew where I was. I had to move. I headed deeper into the building, looking for another exit or a place to hide. What I found instead defied explanation. The back door of the ranger station opened not to the outside, but to a stairwell leading down. It was lit with harsh fluorescent lights that contrasted sharply with the abandoned feel of the building above. Against every instinct telling me to go back, I descended the stairs. At the bottom was a set of double doors with a keypad. They were propped open with a doorstop. Someone had recently gone through and hadn't secured them. Beyond those doors was a corridor that looked nothing like the rustic ranger station above. This was modern, clinical, like a hospital or research facility. The walls were white, the floor polished concrete. Glass-walled rooms lined both sides of the hallway. I moved, quietly, peering into the rooms as I passed. Each contained a hospital bed, and on each bed was a still form under white sheets. Some had monitoring equipment beeping softly. It was like walking through a nightmare. A sign on the wall read, "Renewal Project, Phase 3, Subjects 136. I heard voices coming from around the corner and ducked into one of the rooms. Inside, the person on the bed stirred as I entered. I could see now it was a man, maybe in his 50s, pale and thin with IVs in his arms. His eyes opened and locked with mine. For a second, he just stared. Then his expression changed to one of recognition. "You're the new one," he whispered. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it in a while. "They just brought your paperwork down." "What is this place?" I asked. "Who are these people?" He tried to sit up but was too weak. "You need to run, now, before they prep you." "Prep me for what?" "Harvesting," he said. "They take everything they can use, then they put someone else in your life." Before I could ask anything else, the door to the room opened. 3 men in unmarked black uniforms entered, led by a 4th man I recognized immediately, the construction worker who had directed me onto the detour. "Mr. Benson," he said, smiling like we were old friends, "you've taken quite a detour from our planned route." I backed away until I hit the wall. "What is this place? What do you want from me?" The man sighed like I was being difficult. "This is a renewal facility, Mr. Benson. Some people pay a great deal of money to start fresh, new bodies, new identities. Others, like yourself, are selected to provide those opportunities." "You're harvesting organs," I said, the horror of what he was implying sinking in. Crudely put, but essentially correct. We harvest healthy organs, tissue, even identities. Someone else will be driving your car soon, living in your home, using your name. The transfer is already in progress. I looked around desperately for some way out, but the men were blocking the door. "Don't worry," the leader continued. "The extraction process is painless. You won't feel a thing." One of the men approached with a syringe. I don't remember deciding to move. Pure adrenaline took over. I grabbed a metal tray from beside the bed and swung it as hard as I could at the closest guard. It connected with his head with a sickening crack, and he went down. Everything after that is a blur of running, alarms blaring, shouts echoing through corridors. Somehow I found stairs going up, not the same ones I'd come down, and emerged through an emergency exit into the woods. I ran blindly through the forest until I couldn't breathe anymore. When dawn came, I found a highway and flagged down a trucker who gave me a ride to the nearest town. I reported everything to the local police, but they found nothing when they checked the coordinates I gave them. Just woods, no building, no facility. They took my statement, but I could tell they thought I was crazy or on drugs. I made it home eventually, terrified I'd find someone else living my life. But my apartment was empty, everything as I'd left it. I've checked and double-checked my identity documents, bank accounts. Everything seems normal, but I still don't know what happened that night. Sometimes I think maybe I hallucinated the whole thing from exhaustion. But then I remember the voices on the radio, the man in the bed recognizing me, the leader calling me by name. I've tried researching missing persons along that stretch of highway. There are more cases than you'd expect, people who vanished while driving through rural Pennsylvania. All of them described as likely ran away or possible suicide, despite having no history of mental health issues. I don't drive at night anymore, and I never, ever take detours. Story 10. I still can't sleep right. It's been 3 weeks since that night on Highway 101, and I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. I'm not writing this to convince anyone. Honestly, I don't care if you believe me or not. I just need to get this down somewhere before I completely lose my mind. It was supposed to be a simple drive home. I'd been visiting my cousin in San Francisco and was heading back to Portland. Left around 7 in the evening, which wasn't ideal, but I wanted to get a head start. The plan was to drive for about 5 hours, crash at a motel in Southern Oregon, then finish the trip the next day. The first couple hours were uneventful. Traffic thinned out as I got further north, and by 10 o'clock, I was the only one on that stretch of Highway 101. The road was winding through thick forest, and my headlights barely cut through the darkness. I had the radio on low, just to keep me company, when I heard the motorcycle. At first, it was just a distant rumble. Then suddenly, the bike shot past me like a bullet. All I caught was a glimpse of black leather and the red taillight disappearing around the bend ahead. Must have been going at least 100 miles per hour, which seemed insane on these curves. I remember thinking, that guy's got a death wish. About 10 minutes later, I came around a sharp turn and had to slam on my brakes. There in my headlights was the motorcycle, lying on its side in the middle of the road. No rider in sight. I pulled over, heart pounding. It was one of those big Harleys, still running, headlight illuminating the empty road ahead. I sat in my car for a minute, debating what to do. The smart thing would have been to call the police, but I had no cell service. Of course. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and got out. The night was dead silent except for the idling motorcycle and the distant hoot of an owl. I called out, "Hello? Anyone hurt?" My voice sounded small against the vastness of the forest. No answer. I walked to the edge of the road and shined my light into the trees. "Hey, you okay out there?" The beam caught nothing but thick underbrush and tree trunks. That's when I heard it, rustling in the bushes about 20 yards down an embankment. My first thought was wildlife, maybe a deer. But then I heard what sounded like labored breathing. "Hello?" I called again, pointing my flashlight toward the sound. The rustling got louder, more frantic. Then suddenly, a figure burst from the bushes, the motorcycle rider, still in black leather. But something was wrong. Even in the dim light, I could see dark stains on their jacket. Blood. The rider stumbled up the embankment, looking over their shoulder every few seconds. When they reached the road, I saw pure terror on their face. A young guy, maybe late 20s, with a nasty gash across his forehead. "We need to go," he gasped, grabbing my arm. "Now, they're coming for me." I pulled back. "Whoa, hold on. Who's coming? What happened to you?" "Please," he begged, his eyes wild with panic. "There's no time. They're close." Before I could respond, a deep, guttural growl emanated from the woods, nothing like any animal I've ever heard. It made the hair on my neck stand up. The rider's face went pale. "Get in your car," he whispered. "Now." I didn't argue. We both ran to my Honda, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands suddenly trembling. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by what sounded like heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush. I finally got the engine started and floored it, tires screeching as we sped away. In my rearview mirror, I thought I saw something move onto the road where we'd just been, but it was too dark to make out. "What the hell was that?" I demanded, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Who's after you?" The rider was pressed against the passenger door, staring out the back window. "The ghosts of the highway," he said, his voice eerily calm compared to moments before. I almost laughed. "The what?" "I know how it sounds," he said, finally looking at me. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils dilated. "I wouldn't have believed it either, but they're real. They hunt on this stretch of road." I kept driving, pushing my Honda faster than I should have on those curves. My mind was racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe he was on drugs. Maybe he'd crashed his bike and hit his head. Maybe there were actual people after him, drug dealers or something. "Look, we need to get you to a hospital," I said. "You're bleeding." He shook his head. "Hospital won't help, not with them tracking us." That's when the radio, which had been playing quietly, suddenly erupted in static. Through the white noise came what sounded like voices, distant, distorted, pleading. I distinctly heard someone say, "Help us," before the static took over again. I reached to turn it off, but the rider grabbed my wrist. "Don't," he warned. "They use electronics, radio, phone, anything. Turning it off won't stop them from finding us." The radio cycled through stations on its own, snippets of music and talk shows interspersed with that horrible static and those whispered pleas. I felt my chest tighten with growing dread. We drove for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. The landscape changed subtly. The forest seemed denser, the road narrower. Fog began rolling in, unusual for that time of year. "This isn't right," I muttered. "This isn't the way I came." "They're changing it," the rider said, "reshaping the road to trap us." I wanted to tell him he was crazy, but I couldn't explain why nothing looked familiar anymore. The fog was so thick now, I had to slow down to 20 miles per hour, my headlights barely penetrating the gray wall ahead. "There!" The rider suddenly pointed to our right. "Pull over there!" Through the fog, I could make out a faint glow, a small gas station with a single light illuminating its weathered sign. I didn't remember passing any gas stations on my drive earlier, but I was desperate for help, for other people, for normalcy. I pulled into the lot and parked in front of the small convenience store. The place looked ancient, with rust-spotted gas pumps and flickering fluorescent lights. A sign in the window read, "Open," but I couldn't see anyone inside. "Come on," the rider said, already opening his door. "We need to get inside. Walls and doors won't stop them, but it'll slow them down." I followed him, noticing how he kept looking over his shoulder at the fog-shrouded road. Inside, a bell jingled as we entered. The store was small and dingy, with dusty shelves holding faded merchandise. Behind the counter was an old man with deeply lined skin and vacant eyes. "Phone," I said immediately. "Do you have a phone we can use?" The old man pointed to a rotary phone on the wall. I rushed to it and dialed 911, but all I got was that same static we'd heard on the radio, followed by faint, pleading voices. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, slamming the phone down and turning to the rider. He was staring out the window at the thickening fog. "They found us faster than I thought." The old man behind the counter hadn't moved or spoken. I approached him. "Sir, we need help. There's something out there and—" I stopped. The old man's eyes were completely black, like empty sockets. As I watched in horror, his skin seemed to ripple, as if something beneath it was moving. The rider pulled me back. "Don't look at him. He's one of them now." The temperature in the store plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The fluorescent lights flickered madly, then went out completely, leaving only the pale glow from a single emergency light in the corner. The door flew open with a violent gust of wind, though there was no one there. The bell above it rang frantically, then tore free and clattered to the floor. Whispers filled the air, dozens of overlapping voices speaking too softly to understand, but somehow conveying a sense of hunger and malice. "What do they want?" I asked, backing away from the door. "Souls," the rider said simply. "They want souls, and once they latch onto you, there's no escaping. They've been hunting me for days. I thought I'd lost them earlier, but—" He gestured helplessly. The whispers grew louder. The products on the shelves began to vibrate. then fly off, smashing against walls and floor. The old man behind the counter stood unnaturally still, those black eyes fixed on us. "There's a back door," the rider shouted over the growing chaos. "Through the storeroom. Run!" We bolted past the counter, the old man making no move to stop us. The storeroom was dark and cluttered, but I could make out a door at the far end with an exit sign above it. Behind us, the whispers had become screams. We burst through the exit into an alley behind the store, but it wasn't an alley. It was a narrow dirt path leading into dense forest. This made no sense. We should have been in a parking lot, or at least somewhere near the highway. "Don't think about it," the rider said, as if reading my thoughts. "Just run." So we ran, deeper into woods that shouldn't have been there, guided only by moonlight filtering through the trees. The ground was uneven, roots and rocks threatening to trip us with every step. I could hear something pursuing us, not footsteps exactly, but a sound like rushing wind, getting closer. I stumbled on a root and went down hard, pain shooting through my ankle. The rider stopped and tried to help me up, but I knew I couldn't run anymore. "Go," I told him. "Save yourself." He shook his head. "That's not how this works. If I leave you, they'll take you, and then they'll be stronger when they come for me." That's when we saw them. Shadowy figures moving between the trees, surrounding us. They weren't quite solid, more like holes in reality shaped like people. Their eyes glinted in the darkness, reflecting moonlight that shouldn't have reached them. They began to chant in unison, their voices like dry leaves, rustling, "Join us, join us, join us." The rider pulled me to my feet, and despite the pain, adrenaline gave me the strength to move. We broke through their circle and ran blindly, branches whipping our faces, the chanting following close behind. Finally, we burst into a clearing bathed in moonlight. The chanting stopped abruptly. Looking back, I could see the shadows hovering at the edge of the trees, unwilling to enter the open space. "The moonlight," the rider gasped. "They can't stand direct moonlight. We're safe here, for now." We collapsed on the ground, exhausted. My ankle throbbed, but it didn't seem broken. The rider wiped blood from his forehead, his hands shaking. "What are they?" I asked. "Really?" He looked at me with those haunted eyes. "I don't know exactly. Some kind of entities that feed on fear and desperation. They haunt certain stretches of lonely roads, targeting travelers. I was just passing through like you when they first appeared to me." "How do we stop them?" "I don't know if we can," he said quietly. "This is just temporary. The moon will set eventually, or clouds will cover it. And they're patient. They've been hunting me for days." I looked around the clearing, reality finally sinking in. We were miles from any real help, surrounded by things I couldn't explain, couldn't fight. And worst of all, I had no idea how to get back to the normal world. The highway, my car, civilization. "What do we do now?" I asked. The rider stared at the shadows waiting at the edge of the clearing. "We stay vigilant, we keep moving when we can, and we hope to find a way out of their realm before they find a way to take us." That's where I'll end this for now. It's not the end of what happened, far from it, but I can't bring myself to write about the rest tonight. My hands are shaking too badly, and I keep glancing at my windows, expecting to see those shadowy figures watching me. I still don't know what they were or how we eventually escaped their hunting ground. All I know is I can never drive Highway 101 again, especially at night. And whenever I hear static on the radio now, I immediately turn it off. Because sometimes I swear I can still hear those whispered pleas for help. Story 11. I never really believed in ghost stories. I mean, sure, I'd get creeped out watching horror movies like anyone else, but I always chalked up paranormal experiences to overactive imaginations or people just wanting attention online. That was until 3 weeks ago, when something happened to me that I still can't explain. I've barely told anyone about this. My family would think I'm crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. I was driving from Phoenix to Seattle for my sister Amy's wedding. She'd been planning this thing for over a year, and even though we've had our differences, there was no way I was missing it. I decided to make the drive instead of flying because honestly, I needed the alone time. My job had been stressing me out, and the idea of a solo road trip with nothing but my playlists and my thoughts sounded perfect. The first day of driving went fine. I made it through most of Arizona and into Nevada without any issues. But then the weather turned. What started as light drizzle became this absolute downpour. By around 11 at night, I was somewhere in northern Nevada, and the rain was coming down so hard I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. My windshield wipers were going full blast, but they weren't helping much. I'd been driving for about 14 hours at that point, with just a few quick stops for food and bathroom breaks. My eyes were getting heavy, and I kept catching myself nodding off. After jerking awake for the third time, I knew I needed to stop before I caused an accident. I spotted a sign for a rest area and pulled off the highway. It was one of those bare bones places, just a small parking lot, some picnic tables under, shelters, and bathrooms. No lights except for a single lamppost at the entrance, which was flickering on and off in the storm. The place was completely deserted. No other cars, no trucks, nothing. Just me and the sound of rain hammering on my roof. I parked near the bathrooms, turned off the engine, and leaned my seat back. My plan was to catch a couple hours of sleep and then continue driving once I felt more alert. I texted Amy to let her know I'd be a bit delayed, but would still make it in time for the rehearsal dinner. I must have dozed off for maybe 15 minutes when a sharp tapping on my window jolted me awake. My heart nearly stopped. Standing outside my car was a woman. In the dim light, I could see she was completely soaked, her dark hair plastered to her face, wearing what looked like a thin blue dress that was clinging to her body. For a second, I just froze. Who the hell would be out here in the middle of nowhere, in this weather, dressed like that? My first instinct was to lock the doors, but they were already locked. The woman tapped again, more urgently this time, and gestured for me to roll down my window. Against my better judgment, maybe because I was still groggy from being woken up, I cracked the window about an inch. "I'm so sorry to bother you," she said, her voice surprisingly calm for someone standing in a downpour. My car broke down about a mile back, and I'd been walking for ages trying to find help. "Could you possibly give me a ride to the next town?" I hesitated. Every safety warning I'd ever heard was screaming in my head. Never pick up hitchhikers. But she was a woman, alone, and clearly in distress. And it was pouring rain. "What happened to your car?" I asked. "The engine just died," she replied. "I'm not very good with cars. I tried calling for help, but there's no cell service out here." She was right about that. I'd noticed my phone showing no bars when I'd texted Amy. "Please," she added. "I wouldn't ask if I weren't desperate." I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was fatigue clouding my judgment, or maybe I just couldn't bear the thought of leaving someone stranded in such horrible conditions. I unlocked the doors. "Get in," I said. "You're getting soaked out there." She hurried around to the passenger side and slid in. Up close, I could see she was probably in her mid-20s, with delicate features and these striking blue eyes. Her dress was a pale blue, simple but elegant, like something you might wear to a summer party. "Thank you so much," she said. "I'm Elizabeth." "Rebecca," I replied, starting the engine and turning the heater up. "You must be freezing." That's when I noticed something odd. Despite being completely drenched, her makeup was perfect. Not a smudge of mascara, not a smear of lipstick. And she didn't seem interested in the heater at all, even though her skin looked ghostly pale and her lips had a bluish tint. "Where are you headed?" I asked, pulling back onto the highway. "Millridge," she said. "It's about 20 miles from here." I vaguely remembered seeing signs for Millridge. Small town, the kind you pass through without really noticing. "What brings you out here so late in this weather?" I asked, trying to make conversation. "I'm visiting family," she said, but didn't elaborate. The conversation felt strained. Every question I asked, she'd give these vague, short answers. Where was she coming from? "Down south." What did she do for work? This and that. How long was she staying in Millridge? Not long. After a while, I gave up trying to chat and focused on driving. The rain hadn't let up at all, and I was struggling to see the road. Elizabeth sat silently beside me, staring straight ahead. Occasionally, I'd glance over at her, and it was unnerving how still she was. She didn't fidget, didn't check her phone, didn't even seem to blink much. About 15 minutes later, we saw a sign indicating Millridge was 10 miles ahead. That's when things started, getting weird. "You need to take exit 27 instead of going into town," Elizabeth suddenly said. "Exit 27? But you said you were going to Millridge." "I need to be at exit 27 by exactly 1:17, she insisted. Her voice had an urgency to it that hadn't been there before. 1:17 in the morning? Why? "It's important," was all she said. I checked the dashboard clock. It was 12:45. "Look, I'm really tired and Millridge is on my way. I can drop you there, but I'm not taking any detours." That's when her voice changed. It's hard to describe, but it was like several voices speaking at once with this deep, unnatural undertone. "You need to take exit 27. I nearly swerved off the road in shock. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. When I looked at her again, her expression was calm, like nothing had happened. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice normal again. "I didn't mean to raise my voice, but it won't matter anyway. We'll still arrive in time." Arrive in time for what? I wanted to pull over and tell her to get out, but we were in the middle of nowhere, in a storm, and something told me she wouldn't leave willingly. As we approached Millridge, I noticed something was off. I'd driven through this area before on a previous trip, and I remembered Millridge being a small but lively town with a 24-hour diner and a few gas stations that stayed open late. But as we entered the town limits, everything was dark. No streetlights, no open businesses, no cars. It was like the entire town had been abandoned. "Where exactly am I taking you?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "Just keep driving toward the center of town," Elizabeth said. I did as she asked, driving slowly down the main street. The buildings looked strange, older somehow, like we'd stepped back in time. And there was absolutely no one around, not even a single person walking in the rain. When we reached what I assumed was the town center, I saw a small memorial or monument of some kind in a circular plaza. Elizabeth pointed to it. "Stop here," she said. I pulled over, leaving the engine running. "Is this where your family lives?" Elizabeth turned to look at me, and in the glow of the dashboard lights, her face seemed different, paler, almost translucent. "I need to tell you something, Rebecca," she said. 40 years ago tonight, at exactly 1:17 in the morning, a truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and crashed into my car right at this spot. I was on my way to meet my fiancé, James. We were going to elope that night. I never made it. My blood ran cold. I didn't want to believe her, but something in her eyes made it impossible not to. You're saying you're dead? Yes, for 40 years. I reached for the door handle, ready to bolt, but nothing happened. I tried again, more frantically this time. The doors wouldn't unlock. Don't be afraid, Elizabeth said softly. I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to be here when it happens. When what happens? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. You'll see. I looked at the dashboard clock, 1:12 a.m. 5 minutes until 1:17. Outside, something strange was happening. The rain had stopped, but not in a natural way. It was like someone had hit pause on a video. Droplets hung suspended in the air, caught in the beam of my headlights. Then, slowly, the town began to transform. Lights flickered on in buildings, cars appeared on the streets. People walked along the sidewalks, carrying umbrellas. But everything was moving in reverse. Raindrops climbing back up into the sky, people walking backward, cars driving in reverse. What's happening? I gasped. Time is rewinding, Elizabeth said. It does this every year on the anniversary. The clock read 1:16. The scene outside continued to change, the town looking more vibrant, more alive, like it might have 40 years ago. At exactly 1:17, everything froze. The entire world seemed to hold its breath. And then I saw it, a large truck suspended in midair, its headlights illuminating the inside of my car, mere feet away from colliding with us. It always does this, Elizabeth whispered. It always stops right before impact, giving me a moment to see what's about to happen. Again and again, every year. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. The truck hung there, defying gravity, defying logic. And then time started again. The truck rushed toward us. I screamed, and everything went black. I woke up to sunlight streaming through my car windows. I was parked at the rest area where I'd stopped to take a nap. The storm had passed, leaving behind a clear, bright morning. According to my phone, it was 7:30 a.m. For a moment, I sat there, disoriented. Had it all been a dream? It had to be. People don't just get picked up by ghosts and transported through time. But then I looked at the passenger seat. There was a puddle of water soaking into the fabric, and beside it, a small silver bracelet. I picked it up with trembling fingers. Engraved on the inside were the words, "To Elizabeth, all my love, James." I drove into Millridge that morning. It was nothing like what I'd seen the night before, just a normal small town with people going about their day. I found a local diner and, while picking at a breakfast I had no appetite for, used their Wi-Fi to search for information about Elizabeth. It didn't take long to find. The local news website had an article about the upcoming 40th anniversary of the death of Elizabeth Carver, a young woman killed in a car accident while allegedly on her way to elope with her fiancé. According to local legend, her ghost sometimes appeared to drivers on rainy nights, asking for rides. But there was something else in the article that caught my attention. Elizabeth wasn't trying to return to the site of her death. She had been on her way to Ashland, where her fiancé James was waiting for her. She never completed her journey. I left the diner and went back to my car. My sister's wedding was important, but this felt more urgent somehow. I called Amy and made up an excuse about car trouble, promising I'd make it to Seattle as soon as I could. Then I turned my car around and headed south. With Elizabeth's bracelet hanging from my rearview mirror, I drove toward Ashland to finish a journey that had been interrupted 40 years earlier. Story 12. I still haven't been able to bring myself to go hiking since what happened last summer in the Roan Highlands. My wife Claire and I used to live for our wilderness trips. We'd tackled most of the Appalachian Trail in sections over the years we'd been together. But having a baby changed everything, obviously. Not just our sleep schedule or our social life, but our connection to the outdoors too. When Leah turned 1 last June, we felt like we were finally getting the hang of parenthood. Claire suggested we try to reclaim a piece of our old life with a week-long backpacking trip. Her parents were willing to watch Leah, but I surprised Claire by suggesting we bring her with us. "She's part of our adventure now," I said. Claire's face lit up in that way that still makes my chest tight after all these years. We spent weeks planning the perfect route through the Rhone Highlands, remote enough to avoid crowds, but with manageable terrain for hiking with a 1-year-old. We invested in a top-of-the-line baby carrier with a sun shield and rain cover, tested it on day hikes, packed extra supplies, a satellite phone for emergencies, even my handgun, which I'm licensed to carry. The Highlands have had black bear sightings. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. Leah loved being carried on my back, babbling at birds and grabbing at leaves within reach. At night, she slept soundly in our 3-person tent, nestled between us. I remember thinking how perfect it was, this little person we'd created, experiencing the wilderness we loved so much. We encountered a few other hikers along the way, exchanging the usual trail pleasantries. Nothing unusual until the afternoon of the second day. We'd stopped at a small stream to refill our water bottles when I noticed them watching us from about 30 yards away. A woman with wild, curly red hair spilling out from under a dirty straw hat, and beside her, a man so tall and thin he looked almost stretched. His beard was patchy, but what I remember most were his eyes, constantly moving, taking in everything around him, but somehow still vacant. "Beautiful day," the woman called out, approaching us with the man trailing behind her. Her accent was strange, not quite southern, not quite anything I could place. Claire was changing Leah on a flat rock, and I noticed how the woman's eyes immediately fixed on our daughter. Not in the usual way people look at babies, with that soft, admiring expression. This was different, intense, calculating. "You're first?" she asked, crouching down uncomfortably close to Claire and Leah. Claire nodded, instinctively pulling Leah closer. "Yes, she's just turned 1. "A girl?" the woman asked, though Leah was clearly dressed in a pink sun hat and floral onesie. "What's her name?" "Leah," I answered, stepping closer to my family. Something about this interaction felt off. The tall man hadn't said a word, just stood there staring. Not at us, but at Leah's things. Her bottle, the small stuffed rabbit she carried everywhere, her little shoes. "Can I hold her?" the woman asked suddenly, reaching toward Leah. Claire pulled back. "Oh, she's really fussy with strangers," she lied. Leah was actually great with people, always smiling at checkout clerks and waitresses. The woman's face changed for just a second, a flash of something cold before she smiled again. "That's a shame. She looks like such a good baby, healthy." "How old is she exactly?" The man finally spoke, his voice surprisingly high and soft. 13 months, I said, keeping my answer vague despite their specific question. "Does she sleep through the night yet?" the woman asked. Claire and I exchanged glances. "Who asks that?" "We should get going," I said, helping Claire pack up Leah's changing mat. "Still have a few miles to cover before sunset." "Where are you camping tonight?" the man asked, eyes still roaming over our gear. "Not sure yet," I lied. "We'll see how far we get." As we walked away, I felt their eyes on our backs. Claire whispered, "That was weird, right? I'm not overreacting?" "No, that was definitely weird," I agreed, resisting the urge to look back. We hiked another 4 miles before making camp in a small clearing surrounded by dense pine trees. The site felt secure, good visibility in all directions, close to water, but not too exposed. We went through our evening routine, setting up the tent, filtering water, heating Leah's dinner, then our own. As the sun set, we sat around our small camp stove, pointing out stars to Leah as they appeared. It was a perfect night, cold enough for a sweater, but not uncomfortable. The kind of quiet you can only find deep in the woods, where the only sounds are wind through leaves and distant animal calls. We tucked ourselves into our sleeping bags around 9, with Leah between us as always. I woke just before sunrise, that gray pre-dawn light filtering through our tent fabric. Claire and Leah were still asleep, so I carefully unzipped the tent to step outside and start coffee. That's when I saw them. Footprints, multiple sets circling our tent. The ground was soft from a brief shower overnight, and the prints were clear. At least 3 different people had walked around our campsite while we slept. Some prints came right up to our tent, pausing where Leah had been sleeping. My heart started hammering as I quickly checked our gear. My backpack was untouched, Claire's too, but Leah's things, the small bag, with her bottle, plate, and baby spoon, were gone. So was her stuffed rabbit that we'd left drying on a branch after she'd dropped it in a puddle. I rushed back to the tent, trying to keep my voice calm as I woke Claire. "We need to pack up, now." Her eyes went wide as I explained what I'd found. She clutched Leah to her chest, looking around frantically. "The strange couple from yesterday? I don't know. Maybe." I was already breaking down the tent, throwing our sleeping bags into stuffed sacks without bothering to roll them properly. "We're cutting the trip short, going back to the car." Claire nodded, no argument. "It's a full day's hike back, isn't it?" I checked my watch. "If we move fast, we might make it before dark. If not, we'll have to spend one more night out here." We were packed and moving within 20 minutes, skipping breakfast except for a protein bar each. I carried Leah in the front carrier now, where I could see her and keep a hand near my gun, which I'd moved to a more accessible pocket. Claire walked close behind me, constantly scanning the trees around us. We hiked hard all day, stopping only for quick water and bathroom breaks. Leah seemed to sense our anxiety, staying unusually quiet except for occasional whimpers. The forest that had felt so welcoming just days before now seemed ominous. Every shadow potentially hiding someone watching us, every snapping twig making us jump. By late afternoon, it became clear we wouldn't reach the trailhead before dark. We were still a good 4 hours out, and the sun was already lowering. We needed to find somewhere to camp. "What about there?" Claire pointed to a rocky outcrop about 50 yards off the trail. It offered better visibility and would be harder for someone to approach quietly. We set up our tent with the entrance facing the rocks, giving us a clear view of anyone approaching from the forest side. I gathered extra firewood, building a larger fire than we'd normally make. "I'll take first watch," I told Claire. "You try to sleep with Leah." "I don't think I can sleep," she whispered, tears finally breaking through her brave facade. "Nathan, who were those people? What did they want with Leah's things?" I held her close, Leah sandwiched between us. "I don't know, but we're armed, we're alert, and we're leaving at first light. We'll be okay." Claire eventually dozed off with Leah in her arms inside the tent. I sat by the fire, gun beside me, jumping at every sound. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it, distinct footsteps crunching on leaves, trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. I grabbed my flashlight and gun, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Who's there?" I called out, sweeping the light across the tree line. Nothing. No response, no more footsteps. I debated waking Claire but decided against it. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just an animal. I checked the perimeter of our small camp, finding nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. I must have dozed off despite my best efforts. I woke to Claire's scream, a sound so primal and terrified it jolted me upright. Dawn was just breaking, gray light seeping through the trees. Claire was at the tent entrance, and standing about 10 feet away were the same couple from before. The woman was pointing my gun at me, my gun that had been right beside me when I fell asleep. The tall man was reaching into our tent, where Leah was still sleeping. Everything moved in slow motion. Claire lunged at the man, clawing at his face. I grabbed a handful of ashes from our fire pit and threw them at the woman's face. She fired, the shot going wide as she recoiled, and I tackled her to the ground. The gun skidded away, and I scrambled after it, my hands shaking as I turned it on them. "Get away from my family," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The woman wiped ash from her eyes, that cold look I'd glimpsed before now fully visible. "She's perfect," she said, as if I hadn't spoken. "The right age, healthy." "We need her," the man added, his voice still eerily soft despite Claire's scratch marks down his cheek. "You don't understand. Leave, now." I cocked the gun. They backed away slowly, the woman smiling in a way that made my skin crawl. "We'll find another," she said, but she would have been perfect. They disappeared into the trees, and we didn't wait around. We grabbed Leah and our essential gear, abandoning the tent and most of our supplies. We practically ran the 4 hours back to our car, calling the police as soon as we had cell service. The officers took our report but seemed skeptical. No evidence of the couple was found, though rangers did recover our abandoned gear. It wasn't until weeks later that we heard another family had reported a similar experience with a couple matching the same description. I still can't shake the empty look in that woman's eyes, or the way the man had reached for my daughter. I lie awake some nights wondering what would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did. The forest was always our sanctuary, our place of peace. Now I can't look at the trees behind our house without wondering who might be watching from the shadows. Story 13. I've been staring at my computer screen for hours now, trying to figure out how to even begin explaining what I discovered in Oak Ridge. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to document everything before they realize what I know, or worse, before I forget who I really am. 4 months ago, I was just doing my job. I'm a healthcare compliance auditor. Basically, I review medical facilities to make sure they're following regulations and their practices match their reported outcomes. Nothing exciting, usually just mountains of paperwork and awkward meetings with hospital administrators who see me as the enemy. Then my supervisor called me into her office on a rainy Tuesday morning. "Catherine, we've got an unusual case," she said, sliding a folder across her desk. "Oak Ridge Medical Center in Central Ohio. They're reporting mortality rates 78% lower than comparable rural hospitals. Their cancer survival rates are off the charts, cardiac recovery numbers that make no statistical sense." I remember laughing. "So they're cooking their books? Typical." That's what we thought. But we've checked their financial records, insurance claims, everything. The numbers add up. These outcomes appear legitimate. That got my attention. Rural hospitals typically struggle with limited resources and specialists. To outperform major research hospitals seemed impossible. "Go there, spend a week, figure out what's happening," she said. "Best case, they've developed some revolutionary protocols we can implement elsewhere. Worst case, they're doing something illegal," I finished, "or unethical. Either way, we need to know." I arrived in Oak Ridge on a Monday morning in early October. The town looked like a picture-perfect postcard of Midwestern America. Neat houses with well-maintained lawns, clean streets, a small but charming downtown area. The hospital itself was surprisingly modern, more like something you'd see in a wealthy suburb than a rural community. Dr. Harold Winters, the hospital administrator, greeted me with practiced warmth. He was tall, probably in his 60s, with silver hair and the kind of perfect skin that seemed too smooth for someone his age. I noted that immediately. No age spots, no wrinkles around his eyes when he smiled. "We're delighted to have you, Ms. Mills. Transparency is our highest priority," he said, leading me through spotless corridors. Oak Ridge has always been forward-thinking in healthcare. We believe preventative medicine is the key. For the first 2 days, everything seemed legitimate, if suspiciously perfect. Patient charts showed remarkable recovery times. The hospital had state-of-the-art equipment I hadn't seen even in major city hospitals. The staff was universally healthy-looking and energetic. It was on day 3 that I noticed the patterns. Every adult resident participated in what they called the Community Wellness Initiative. Monthly blood draws, genetic screening, something vaguely described as cellular contribution programs. The consent forms were thorough but written in language that obscured more than it revealed. Then I saw the woman in room 312. According to her chart, Maria Gonzalez, 57, had been diagnosed with terminal cirrhosis just 10 days earlier. When I visited her room during rounds, she was sitting up in bed, color in her cheeks, laughing with a nurse. 10 days post-diagnosis with end-stage liver disease, I questioned the resident physician after we left the room. "Ms. Mills, I understand your skepticism," she replied, her voice lowered. "We have certain protocols here that haven't been widely implemented elsewhere. Dr. Winters would be happy to discuss our approach to organ failure." That night, I couldn't sleep. The residents of Oak Ridge were too healthy. The elderly moved like people 20 years younger. Cancer patients kept their hair during treatment. Children with congenital conditions showed improvement curves that defied medical literature. On day 4, I stayed late at the hospital, claiming I needed to review more files. After most staff had left, I used my auditor's access card to enter areas I hadn't yet inspected. In the basement, beyond the regular labs, I found a door marked Biological Resources, Authorized Personnel Only. My heart was pounding as I swiped my card, half expecting it to be denied. The door clicked open. The laboratory inside was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The room was massive, lined with cylindrical tanks filled with clear fluid. Each tank contained what appeared to be human organs in various stages of development. Hearts, lungs, livers, kidneys, all pulsing, growing, sustained by a complex system of tubes and monitors. I nearly vomited. This wasn't just unethical research. This was something beyond my comprehension. I moved closer to examine a tank labeled Cardiac Series C-137 and saw what was unmistakably a human heart, fully formed but unattached to any body, contracting rhythmically. A door at the far end opened. I ducked behind a row of equipment as Dr. Winters entered with 2 technicians wheeling a gurney. On it lay Maria Gonzalez, unconscious. I watched in horror as they prepped her for a procedure. Dr. Winters approached a tank labeled Hepatic Unit 57G and carefully removed what looked like a perfectly formed liver. One technician opened Ms. Gonzalez's abdomen along a nearly invisible incision line, while the other removed her original liver. The diseased organ was placed in a container marked Materials Recovery. The new liver was implanted with precision and speed that suggested they'd done this countless times. Genetic matching at 99.4%, one technician said, checking a monitor. Integration prognosis excellent. Schedule her for discharge in 3 days, Dr. Winters replied, and update her contribution schedule. We'll need more samples now that she's received a major replacement. I somehow made it back to my hotel room without being discovered. I spent the night researching Oak Ridge itself, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The town's economic backbone was Meridian Manufacturing, which had a biomedical research division that received substantial government grants for tissue engineering. Nearly every adult resident worked either at Meridian, the hospital, or supporting businesses. The next morning, I received an unexpected invitation to dinner at Mayor Robert Whitman's home that evening. A small gathering to welcome our visitor and discuss healthcare initiatives, the message read. My instinct was to flee town immediately, but I realized that might put me in more danger. If I suddenly disappeared, they'd know I'd discovered something. So I went to dinner, my phone set to record audio in my pocket, a message to my supervisor scheduled to send automatically if I didn't enter a code by midnight. The mayor's home was elegant but understated. Around his dining table sat Dr. Winters, 2 board members from Meridian, the hospital's chief of surgery, and the superintendent of schools, all watching me with careful smiles. Catherine, Mayor Whitman said after dinner had been served, we understand you've been quite thorough in your audit. Just doing my job, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Indeed. And what conclusions have you drawn about our healthcare outcomes? I took a careful sip of wine. They're remarkable, unprecedented actually. But you suspect something inappropriate? Dr. Winters asked. The room fell silent. I knew I had to choose my next words carefully. I believe you're using advanced organ cultivation and replacement techniques that haven't been approved by regulatory agencies. Instead of denial, the faces around the table showed relief. She understands, the school superintendent said. That makes this simpler. Mayor Whitman leaned forward. Catherine, what you've discovered is what we call the replacement program. Yes, we cultivate organs using genetic material harvested from our community. Everyone contributes, everyone benefits. That's illegal, I said flatly. It's revolutionary, Dr. Winters countered. When someone needs a new heart, we don't wait for a matching donor to die. We already have hearts growing with their own genetic material, ensuring perfect compatibility. But I saw tanks with dozens of organs, far more than needed for emergencies. The mayor smiled. That's where Oak Ridge truly leads the way. We don't just replace failing organs, we replace them before they fail. Preventative replacement. My mind raced to process the implications. You're systematically upgrading yourselves? Precisely, said one of the Meridian executives, an elegant woman in her 50s who looked 35. I've had 3 heart replacements, each better than the last. My original kidneys were replaced a decade ago. Parts of my brain have been enhanced with neural tissue cultivated from my own stem cells. I felt dizzy with the horror of what I was hearing. And everyone participates, voluntarily? There was a slight hesitation before Dr. Winters answered. The community understands the benefits. Those who contribute more genetic material receive priority for enhancements. That's when I understood the full scope of what they'd created, a hierarchical biological economy where the privileged continuously received organs cultivated from genetic materials harvested from those deemed less essential, a community literally feeding off itself. And what about me? I asked, my mouth dry. Why are you telling me this? The mayor glanced at my wine glass. The liquid contains markers that are mapping your vascular system as we speak. We're evaluating you, Catherine. Evaluating me for what? For whether you'll be a partner or a resource, Dr. Winters said simply. I excused myself to use the bathroom, where I vomited until my stomach was empty. They were harvesting people's genetic material to grow replacement parts, and they wanted me to either join them or become part of their farm. When I returned to the table, they presented me with an offer: oversee compliance for their program, ensure ethical protocols were followed, and receive the benefits of enhancement myself. The alternative was unstated, but clear. That was 4 months ago. I negotiated for transparent consent protocols. My compliance reports show Oak Ridge operating within acceptable statistical parameters. I've received minor upgrades eliminating my chronic migraines and correcting a cardiac arrhythmia I didn't know I had. I contribute my own tissue quarterly now, but sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up in a cold sweat, wondering about the methodical modifications to my own thinking. The clarity and purpose I feel now, is it enhancement or capitulation? The thoughts occur less frequently as weeks pass. I'm becoming important to the system. Last week, Dr. Winters showed me the new neural enhancement division. Your frontal lobe structure would respond exceptionally well to our latest protocols, he mentioned casually. I smiled and nodded, like I always do now. But I'm writing this down before I forget who I was. Before whatever happens next week, when they open my skull and replace parts of my brain with something they've grown in a tank. If you're reading this, it means I still had enough of myself left to hit send. Oak Ridge is still out there, growing, replacing, improving. And their techniques are spreading to other communities. I just wonder how much of the original Catherine will remain when they're finished with me. Story 14. I still get sick to my stomach whenever I pass a roadside motel. It's been 8 months since that night in Ely, Nevada, but I can't shake the feeling that I narrowly escaped becoming another statistic, another missing person poster that people glance at for 2 seconds before continuing with their day. I was driving cross-country to start a new job in Sacramento. My sister thought I was crazy for not flying, but I wanted the adventure of it, the great American road trip, you know. Plus, I could bring more of my stuff without shipping costs. Stupid, naive me thought it would be fun. Day 3 of my journey put me on Highway 50 through Nevada. They literally call it the loneliest road in America, which seemed charming when I was planning the trip. It's just miles and miles of desert, mountains in the distance, and barely any other cars. I was actually enjoying the solitude until around 4 in the afternoon, when I spotted an older pickup truck on the shoulder with its hood up. An older man, probably in his 60s, was standing beside it, and he waved as I approached. I almost didn't stop. Every instinct as a woman traveling alone told me not to, but he looked harmless enough. Thin gray hair, weathered face, flannel shirt despite the heat. And truthfully, the thought of someone being stranded out there with night coming and no cell service bothered me. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of him and rolled my window down halfway. "Everything okay?" I called out. He walked over, keeping a respectful distance from my car. "Truck's dead. Fuel pump, I think. Been out here about an hour. Do you have cell service?" "I don't." I held up my useless phone. "No, ma'am, not out here." He wiped sweat from his forehead. "Name's Robert Kendrick. I'd appreciate if you could call a tow when you get to Ely. It's about 40 miles ahead." I nodded. "Of course, I can do that. Do you want to ride into town?" As soon as I said it, I regretted offering. No, he said quickly, shaking his head. "I've got water. My buddy's coming from the other direction anyway. Should be here in a couple hours. Just need to get the truck taken care of. I felt relieved. Okay, I'll definitely call when I get to Ely. Which garage? Hansen's is good. Just tell them Robert's stuck at mile marker 193. I wrote it down on a gas station receipt I had in my console. When I looked back up, his expression had changed. He seemed almost worried. You staying in Ely tonight? He asked. That's the plan. Getting too tired to push through to my next stop. He nodded slowly. Where you planning to stay? The question made me uneasy, but I figured he was just making conversation. I haven't booked anything, just going to find a motel when I get there. He stepped closer then, his voice dropping. Listen, there's a few motels in Ely. If you end up at the Sandpiper, don't take room 11. I blinked at him. What? Just don't take room 11. Ask for any other room. His eyes were intense, and I felt a chill despite the desert heat. Okay, any particular reason why? I asked. He just shook his head. Just don't. Promise me. Sure, I promise. No room 11. I forced a smile, suddenly eager to leave. I'll call Hansen's for you as soon as I get cell service. He backed away from my car. Thank you, ma'am. Drive safe. As I pulled away, I checked my rearview mirror and saw him just standing there, watching me drive off. It creeped me out, but I chalked it up to him being eccentric. Maybe room 11 had a leaky ceiling or bed bugs or something. I made it to Ely around 6:30 that evening. It's a small town, the kind where everything closes early. I was exhausted after driving all day, and the encounter with Robert had left me feeling on edge. My first order of business was finding a place to stay. I drove past a couple of motels that had no vacancy signs lit up. Apparently there was some kind of mining conference in town. And then I saw it, the Sandpiper Motel. Single-story L-shaped building, teal paint peeling off the doors. The vacancy sign was lit. After Robert's weird warning, I almost kept driving, but I was dead tired, and the next town was over 70 miles away. I pulled in. The office was tiny, with wood-paneled walls and the strong smell of cigarettes. The guy behind the desk didn't look up from his phone when I walked in. He was maybe 30, with a patchy beard and greasy hair. Need a room, I said. He still didn't look up. 79 plus tax. I winced at the price for such a dump, but handed over my credit card. Finally, he looked up, taking a bit too long to examine my card. Emma Wilson, he read aloud, and something about the way he said my name made my skin crawl. Just for tonight, I said. He typed something into an ancient computer. Only got one room left, number 11. My stomach dropped. Robert's warning echoed in my head. This had to be a coincidence, right? Nothing else available at all, I asked. Now he looked annoyed. Mining conference in town. You're lucky I've got anything. Room 11 or nothing. I almost walked out. I really did. But it was getting dark. I was exhausted, and the thought of driving another 70 miles to the next town seemed impossible. Plus, Robert was just some random guy. Why was I letting his weird warning dictate my decisions? Fine, room 11. He handed me an actual key, not a key card, an old-fashioned metal key with a plastic tag attached. Around the corner, end of the building, checkout's at 11. I thanked him and left, driving around to my room rather than walking. Room 11 was indeed at the very end of the L-shaped building, somewhat isolated from the other rooms. I parked right in front of it. The room was about what I expected. Musty smell, faded floral bedspread, bathroom with rust stains in the tub. But it was clean enough, and I was too tired to care. I brought in my overnight bag and my laptop, leaving the rest in my locked car. I texted my sister to let her know where I was staying, sending her the motel information out of habit, something we always did when traveling. Then I remembered I needed to call the tow truck for Robert. I dialed Hanson's garage, but only got a voicemail saying they were closed and to call back during business hours, 8 to 5. After a quick shower, I checked all the locks twice and then wedged a chair under the doorknob, a habit from too many crime podcasts. I was in bed by 9:30, scrolling through social media until my eyes got heavy. I must have fallen asleep around 10 because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by loud knocking. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:17 a.m. "Management, need to check a water leak," a man's voice called through the door. I sat up, disoriented and immediately on edge. A water leak? At 2 in the morning? "There's no leak in here," I called back, not moving from the bed. "Ma'am, we've got a burst pipe. Need to check all the rooms on this end. Won't take a minute." The door handle jiggled, but the locks and the chair held. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. "I'm not dressed," I lied. "Can you come back in the morning?" There was a pause. "Ma'am, if there's water damage, the motel isn't liable for your belongings. Need to check now." Something felt very wrong. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, aiming it at the floor. No water, not a drop. "I don't see any water," I said. "I'll check the bathroom." I didn't move toward the bathroom. Instead, I tried calling the front desk. No answer. I tried again. Still nothing. The knocking came again, harder this time. "Ma'am, open the door now." I texted my sister. "Something weird happening at motel. Guy claiming to be management trying to get in room at 2 a.m. Front desk not answering." Then a text came through from a number I didn't recognize. "Get out of room 11 now. He's coming back with others." My blood turned to ice. How did someone have my number? Was it Robert? How would he know what room I was in? Before I could process this, I heard multiple voices outside my door and the sound of a key in the lock. The chair under the doorknob shuddered as someone pushed against the door. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I grabbed my phone, purse, and car keys, slipped on my shoes, and moved to the window. Thankfully, I'd left it unlocked after checking it earlier. I pushed it open as quietly as possible, hearing the men still trying to force the door. I climbed out the window just as I heard the chair give way. Without looking back, I ran to my car, hands shaking so badly I could barely press the unlock button. I got in, started the engine, and peeled out of the parking lot with my headlights off. In my rearview mirror, I saw 3 men run out of my room and toward a pickup truck parked nearby. They were coming after me. I hit the main road and turned my headlights on, pushing my car as fast as it would go. The pickup appeared behind me, gaining quickly. I was hyperventilating, trying to remember if I'd passed a police station in town. Even if I had, could I trust the police here? The guy at the front desk must have given those men access to my room. The pickup was right behind me now, high beams blinding me in my mirrors. I was sobbing, certain I was about to be run off the road, when suddenly another vehicle appeared behind the pickup. An older truck that began flashing its lights and honking. The pickup abruptly turned off at a side road, and the truck behind me pulled up alongside. The driver rolled down his window, and I nearly crashed when I saw Robert Kendrick's face. "Follow me," he shouted. "I know somewhere safe." I had no choice but to trust him. He sped ahead, and I followed him out of town and onto a dirt road that led to what looked like an abandoned gas station. He parked behind the building, out of sight from the main road, and I pulled up next to him. "How did you know?" I asked as soon as we got out of our vehicles. "How did you text me?" How did you find me?" Robert looked grim. "I wasn't broken down on the highway. I've been watching the Sandpiper for months. My daughter disappeared from room 11 3 years ago. My legs nearly gave out." "What?" "They use that motel as a collection point. The local sheriff is in on it. That's why I couldn't go to the authorities here." He ran a hand through his thin hair. "I've been documenting everything, working with a contact in the state police. When I saw you on the highway, I tried to warn you without saying too much. I didn't think you'd believe the whole truth from a stranger." "But how did you text me? How did you know I took room 11? "I've been parked across from the Sandpiper since yesterday. I saw you check in. As for your number, I have a police scanner. They use burner phones, but they're sloppy. They read your name and room number over the phone to someone. I have a device that can intercept certain calls in the area. When I heard them mention Emma in 11, I knew they were coming for you." I was shaking uncontrollably now. "Coming for me for what?" His eyes met mine, and I saw pain there. "Human trafficking. They target women traveling alone. The Sandpiper is just one stop in a network that runs down to Mexico." We drove to a truck stop in Eureka, about 70 miles away, where Robert had arranged to meet his contact in the state police. Officer Delgado confirmed everything Robert had told me. They'd been building a case against this trafficking network for months, but needed evidence that would stick. I gave a statement describing the men who tried to enter my room. I was able to identify 2 of them from photos Officer Delgado showed me. One was the front desk clerk, the other a man who'd been reported missing from Oregon 6 years ago, but was apparently working with the traffickers now. Before Robert and I parted ways, he told me the rest of his story. 3 months after his daughter vanished from room 11, he received a postcard from somewhere in Mexico. It said simply, "Daddy, they're moving us south, room 11. Look for the others." He'd been watching the Sandpiper ever since, warning travelers when he could, working with Officer Delgado to gather evidence. He was hoping to find the connection that would lead to his daughter. I made it to Sacramento 2 days later, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. The state police assured me I was safe, that the traffickers wouldn't pursue me now that I'd been identified as someone who got away and talked to police. But I still check under my car every morning. I still wedge a chair under hotel door handles. And I still have nightmares about what would have happened if I hadn't received that text telling me to get out of room 11. I volunteer now with organizations that identify trafficking patterns along America's highways, and I carry a backup phone with satellite capability, because I learned on the loneliest road in America that sometimes the only person who can help you is a vigilant stranger with nothing left to lose but hope. Story 15. I'm still trying to process what happened to me last week in the Bitterroot Mountains. I've hiked for over 15 years, done countless solo trails through Montana, Idaho, even parts of Wyoming, but nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened on that trail. I'd been planning this trip for months. The Bitterroot Loop is a moderate 10-mile trail that's supposed to be beautiful in early fall. The aspens turn this incredible gold color, and the weather is perfect, cool but not freezing. I drove up Thursday night, just me and my gear, and slept in the back of my truck at the trailhead. Didn't see another car in the lot, which wasn't surprising given it was a weekday in October. I woke up around 5:30 in the morning. The air had that clean, sharp chill that makes your lungs feel twice as big. After a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee from my thermos, I shouldered my pack and hit the trail just as the sun was starting to light up the sky. The trail was exactly what I'd hoped for, well-maintained but wild enough to feel like you're actually somewhere remote. For the first couple miles, Everything was perfect. I was making good time, stopping occasionally to take photos of the valley views and just breathe in that mountain air. The trail gradually climbed through patches of pine and aspen groves, with occasional clearings that gave glimpses of the surrounding ridges. I remember feeling that familiar sense of peace I always get when I'm out alone in nature. That feeling that the world makes sense out here. Around mile 3, the forest started to change. The trees grew closer together, the underbrush thicker. The sunlight didn't quite reach the forest floor in the same way. Nothing alarming, just a shift in the ecosystem as the trail moved into a different section of the mountains. I've hiked enough to recognize the subtle changes in forest composition. This part of the trail felt older somehow, like the trees had been there longer, undisturbed. I started noticing more wildlife signs too. A tree stump with deep claw marks, black bear most likely. Small animal bones scattered near the trail. More tracks in the damper sections of dirt, deer, rabbit, what looked like coyote. Normal stuff for a healthy wilderness area. I even saw a few scrape marks where a buck had been marking territory. Again, nothing that would concern an experienced hiker. I'd seen it all before. By the time I hit mile 5, my legs were feeling the burn from the steady incline, and I decided to take a proper break. The trail opened onto this amazing rocky outcrop that overlooked the entire valley. The view was incredible. Mountains layered in different shades of blue-gray stretching to the horizon, with patches of golden aspen catching the mid-morning light. I dropped my pack, took out my water bottle and a granola bar, and sat down on a flat rock to enjoy the moment. That's when everything changed. It wasn't a sound that alerted me. It was a feeling. Anyone who's spent significant time in the wilderness knows what I'm talking about. That primal awareness that suddenly prickles the back of your neck. The absolute certainty that you are being watched. I remember freezing mid-bite, the granola bar halfway to my mouth. Every muscle in my body tensed as that feeling intensified. I didn't want to turn around. Some deep instinctual part of me knew that whatever was behind me wasn't something I wanted to see. But I had to look. I turned my head slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements. And there it was, a mountain lion, standing perfectly still between two ponderosa pines about 30 feet away from me. It wasn't crouched or showing any signs of aggression. It was just standing there, watching me. It was much bigger than I'd imagined mountain lions would be in real life. Its body was lean but powerful, with muscles visible under tawny fur. But what I remember most vividly were its eyes. They were this incredible amber gold color, and they were fixed directly on me with an intensity I've never experienced before or since. I've read all the wilderness safety guides. I know what you're supposed to do in a mountain lion encounter. Make yourself look bigger. Don't run. Don't turn your back. Back away slowly if possible. But in that moment, all that carefully memorized information seemed impossibly distant. My body was locked in place, every system flooded with adrenaline. With tremendous effort, I managed to raise my arms slightly to make myself appear larger. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely control them. I didn't yell or shout. Something told me that aggressive noise might be the wrong move with this particular animal. It wasn't acting like it was hunting. It was assessing. Its tail moved in slow, deliberate sweeps from side to side. Not the agitated twitching of a house cat about to pounce, but something more measured, more considering. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Time completely lost meaning. It could have been 2 minutes or 20. My legs started to cramp from holding still for so long. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. I remember thinking, absurdly, that I should have called my sister back before I left for this trip, that my apartment would be left a mess if I didn't make it home, that no one even knew exactly which trail I was on. My breathing sounded impossibly loud in my own ears. Each exhale seemed to hang in the air between us. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I was sure the mountain lion could sense it too, the fear radiating from me in waves. And then, without any warning or obvious reason, the mountain lion blinked, slowly. It turned its head slightly, as if it had heard something I couldn't detect, and then it simply walked away. There was no startled dash, no fearful retreat. It moved with absolute confidence, each step deliberate and silent. It wasn't afraid of me. It had just decided I wasn't worth its time, as if it had seen whatever it needed to see in those endless minutes of observation. I watched as it padded between the trees, its tawny coat blending perfectly with the dappled forest light until it seemed to dissolve into the shadows. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I hadn't. My legs nearly gave out when I finally allowed myself to move. I sank down onto the rock, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. The granola bar I'd been eating had crumbled in my clenched fist. I'd bitten my lips so hard there was blood. I sat there for what felt like forever, straining to hear any sound that might indicate the mountain lion was circling back around. The forest had gone unnaturally quiet. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush, just silence. When I finally managed to pull myself together, I knew I couldn't continue deeper into the trail. I had to get back to my truck. I gathered my things with shaking hands, constantly scanning the trees around me. Every shadow, every movement of branches in the breeze made my heart race all over again. I backed away from the overlook, unwilling to turn my back on the direction the mountain lion had gone. Once I was about 50 yards down the trail, I turned and began moving as quickly as I safely could. I didn't run. Running triggers a predator's chase instinct, but I walked faster than I ever have on a trail before. Every step of those 5 miles back to the trailhead was torture. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see those golden eyes watching me again. My ears strained for the sound of soft paws on the trail behind me. I carried a large stick I'd picked up, though I knew it would be useless against a determined mountain lion. I called out occasionally just to make noise and alert any wildlife to my presence. When I finally spotted my truck through the trees, I nearly cried with relief. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still not fully steady, and once inside, I just sat there. The silence inside the cab was deafening after hours of hypervigilance. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror and hardly recognized myself. Face pale, eyes wide with the remnants of fear. It's been a week, and I still can't shake the memory of those eyes. I've gone back to work, resumed my normal routine, but something fundamental has shifted in me. I canceled my hiking plans for next month. I bought bear spray, which I never felt I needed before. And I keep replaying that moment over and over. The absolute stillness of that powerful predator, the way it seemed to be looking through me rather than at me. I've spent years feeling at home in the wilderness. I've always believed that if you respect nature, understand its rhythms and rules, you can move through it safely. But now I understand something I didn't before. We're visitors in those spaces, tolerated rather than welcomed. That mountain lion could have ended my life in seconds, and the fact that it chose not to wasn't because of anything I did right. It was simply a decision made by a creature operating on a level of awareness I can't begin to comprehend. I'll hike again someday, probably, but not alone, not for a while. And I don't think I'll ever feel the same sense of belonging in the forest that I once did. Those woods don't belong to me or any human. They belong to creatures like that mountain lion, creatures with golden eyes that can see right through our illusions of control and safety. And sometimes, if we're lucky, they choose to let us leave. Story 16. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. 16 years is a long time to keep something bottled up, but when you work in law enforcement, coming forward with something this unexplainable can end your career. But I can't keep it inside anymore. What happened that night in December of '06 still haunts me, and maybe writing it down will help me process it. Or maybe someone out there has seen something similar. I was a highway patrol officer in Montana back then, Three Forks area. Small town, quiet most of the time, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody. I'd been on the force for almost 7 years, and I thought I'd seen everything. Drunk drivers, highway accidents, even the occasional wildlife incident. But nothing prepared me for what I encountered on Highway 287 that night. It was December 12th, 2006. I remember because it was my daughter's birthday the day before, and I'd missed most of the celebration due to mandatory overtime. Montana winters are brutal, and that night was particularly harsh. Temperature was around 15 below zero, and we'd had about 8 inches of fresh snow the previous day. I was on the night shift, just doing a routine patrol along 287, when I spotted a vehicle on the shoulder about half a mile ahead. As I got closer, I could see it was a Honda Civic, dark blue and completely abandoned. No emergency flashers, nothing. Just sitting there in the middle of nowhere with no tracks leading away from it. That was the first red flag, no footprints in the fresh snow. I pulled up behind it and ran the plates through dispatch. The car belonged to a Gary Matthews from Bozeman. No reports of it being stolen, no accident calls, nothing. Just an abandoned vehicle on a freezing December night. I radioed in that I was going to investigate and stepped out of my patrol car. The cold hit me immediately, the kind of cold that makes your lungs ache when you breathe. I grabbed my flashlight and approached the vehicle cautiously. The driver's door was unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. The engine was cold, so it had been there for a while. There was a half-empty coffee cup in the holder, some receipts in the passenger seat, but nothing that indicated why someone would just abandon their vehicle in the middle of nowhere on one of the coldest nights of the year. That's when I noticed it, about 20 yards ahead of the car, just off the road. At first, I thought someone had cleared a patch of ground, but as I got closer, I realized it was a perfect circle, about 15 feet in diameter. The snow around it was untouched, but inside the circle, there was no snow at all, just bare ground, perfectly circular. It made no sense. There were no footprints leading to or from it, no tire tracks, nothing to indicate how this circle had formed or why. I approached it cautiously, sweeping my flashlight across the area. The boundary was impossibly precise, like someone had used a giant cookie cutter to remove that section of snow. I radioed dispatch again. Dispatch, this is Officer Calhoun. I'm investigating that abandoned vehicle on 287. There's something strange out here. A perfect circle in the snow where it's all melted or something. No footprints around it. I'm going to check it out further. The dispatcher, Jenny, responded with some static-filled reply about sending backup, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was too focused on what I was seeing. As I approached the edge of the circle, I noticed something else. It wasn't just that the snow was gone. The ground inside looked different, dry, almost warm-looking, despite the freezing temperatures. I knelt down at the edge and removed my glove. The moment my hand crossed the boundary of that circle, I felt it. Warmth. The ground inside was warm to the touch. Not just not freezing, but actually warm, like it had been sitting in the sun all day. But it was the middle of the night in December in Montana. There was no way this patch of ground should be warm. I stood up quickly, suddenly feeling uneasy. That's when I noticed the silence. Complete silence. No wind, no distant traffic. Not even the sound of my own breathing seemed to register. It was like someone had hit the mute button on the world. I keyed my radio again. "Jenny, something's not right here. The ground in this circle is warm. I mean actually warm to the touch. And it's too quiet out here." There was no response, just static. I checked my radio. It was on. Battery indicator showing full. I tried again, but nothing came through but that soft static. That's when I felt it, a pressure change, like when a storm is coming, but more intense. My ears popped, and I felt a strange tingling sensation across my skin. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood up despite the layers of clothing I was wearing. I took a step back from the circle, suddenly overwhelmed with the feeling that I was being watched. I swept my flashlight around, but there was nothing but empty highway and snow-covered fields stretching into darkness. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger by the second. My flashlight began to flicker. I tapped it against my palm, but the beam continued to weaken until it died completely. I tried my backup light, same thing. Within seconds, I was standing in darkness, illuminated only by the distant glow of my patrol car's headlights. That's when I noticed another light source. The circle itself had begun to emit a faint glow. Not bright, just a subtle luminescence, like moonlight reflected off water. But there was no moon that night. The sky was overcast with heavy clouds threatening more snow. The warmth from the circle seemed to intensify. I could feel it radiating outward now, like standing near a bonfire. The air above it began to shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt in summer. But this was December in Montana. It was 15 below zero. I backed away, drawing my service weapon. I'm not sure why. There was nothing to shoot at, but every instinct in my body was screaming danger. "This is Officer James Calhoun," I said into my radio, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need immediate backup on Highway 287, mile marker 43. There's some kind of phenomenon here. I can't explain it." Nothing but static in response. I should have returned to my vehicle. I should have driven away and called for backup from a different location. That's what protocol would dictate. But I didn't. Something about that circle held me there, a mixture of fear and fascination. The shimmering intensified and the glow brightened. I could make out shapes moving within it now, not solid forms, more like shadows or reflections, distorted and fluid. They seemed to be rotating slowly around the center of the circle, gaining speed with each passing second. The pressure in the air increased. My ears popped again, more painfully this time. The temperature around me seemed to plummet further, contrasting sharply with the heat emanating from the circle. My breath came out in thick white clouds, but they seemed to be pulled toward the circle, dissipating as they neared its boundary. That's when I heard it, a sound so low it was almost below the threshold of hearing. More felt than heard, a deep, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to vibrate through the ground and into my bones. With each pulse, the light from the circle intensified. I took another step back, and my foot caught on something. I stumbled, nearly falling, and in that moment of distraction, something changed. The rotating shadows within the circle seemed to coalesce, forming a vague humanoid shape. It wasn't clearly defined, more like a person-shaped absence of light within the glow, and it was looking at me. I couldn't see eyes or a face, but I knew with absolute certainty that it was watching me. studying me. My training abandoned me. 16 years as a law enforcement officer, and in that moment, I was reduced to pure primal fear. I fired my weapon, twice, 3 times. The bullets passed through the shape with no effect, disappearing into the light. The humming grew louder. The shape began to move toward the edge of the circle, toward me. I turned to run, dropping my useless flashlight at the edge of the circle. I made it about 10 steps before the world around me seemed to fold. That's the only way I can describe it. Like reality itself, bent and warped. The sky and ground seemed to switch places for a moment, and I felt a sensation of falling upward. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I remember is waking up in darkness. Not the darkness of night, but a complete absence of light. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed. The air was stifling hot, and there was a strange metallic taste in my mouth. I tried to move, but found myself suspended in what felt like thick liquid, though I could breathe normally. I called out, but my voice made no sound, or if it did, I couldn't hear it. Time lost all meaning in that place. It could have been minutes or days. I drifted in and out of consciousness, each time waking to the same oppressive darkness and heat. I had vivid hallucinations. At least, I think they were hallucinations. I saw the circle from above, watched as more patrol cars arrived at the scene, saw officers searching the area with flashlights and dogs. I saw my own empty patrol car, door still open, engine running. I tried to call out to them, but it was like watching a movie. I could see everything but couldn't interact with any of it. Then came the dreams, always the same one. I was standing in the circle, but it wasn't on Highway 287 anymore. It was in a forest clearing I didn't recognize. The ground beneath my feet was dry and cracked, while everything outside the circle was lush and green. And something was watching me from the trees. I never saw it clearly, just movement and the unshakable feeling of being observed. I lost track of how many times I had that dream. It felt like hundreds. Each time, the presence in the trees would get a little closer, a little more defined. I never saw it fully, but in the last dream, it was nearly at the edge of the clearing, and I could make out a vague humanoid shape made of shadows and distorted light. The next thing I remember is waking up on the side of Highway 287, about half a mile from where I'd investigated the Honda Civic. It was still night, still bitterly cold, but something was wrong. The air smelled different, fresher somehow, and the stars, the constellations weren't right for December. I stumbled to my feet, disoriented and weak. My uniform was in tatters, the fabric burned and blackened in places. My badge was gone, as was my gun belt. My boots were melted, the leather fused to what remained of my pants. I made my way to the highway and flagged down the first car that passed. A pickup truck driven by an elderly rancher who nearly had a heart attack when he saw me. He didn't recognize me, even though I'd helped him change a tire just a month earlier. It wasn't until I reached the hospital that I learned the truth. It wasn't December 12th anymore. It was March 28th. I'd been missing for over 3 months. Nobody believed my story. How could they? I barely believed it myself. The official report listed me as having experienced trauma-induced amnesia following an assault by unknown assailants. They found traces of my badge and uniform pieces scattered across 3 counties, all showing evidence of exposure to extreme heat. I tried to go back to work, but I couldn't. The dreams continued, always the same clearing, always the watching presence getting closer. I started seeing the circle everywhere, in coffee stains, in the arrangement of trees viewed from above, in the ripples on a pond, and always that feeling of being watched. I left the force 6 months later, left Montana altogether, moved east, changed my name. But the dreams followed me, and sometimes, when I'm driving at night on an empty highway, I'll see a perfect circle of dry ground in my headlights, just for a second, before it's gone. I still don't know what happened that night, but I know this. There are things out there we don't understand, things that exist in the spaces between what we consider reality. And sometimes, those things take notice of us. I later heard that 3 other officers disappeared under similar circumstances in the years that followed, all while investigating abandoned vehicles, all near perfect circles in the ground. They call them Calhoun circles now. The Highway Patrol has a special protocol for them. Officers are instructed to never approach circular patterns found near abandoned vehicles, to call for special backup and maintain distance. I wish I'd had that warning. I wish I'd just stayed in my patrol car that night. Sometimes I wonder if I ever really came back. If this life I'm living now is just another dream, while my real body is still suspended in that hot darkness. Or worse, if whatever was in that circle followed me back, watching me from just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to pull me back in. Story 17. I don't even know where to begin. My hands are shaking as I type this from yet another motel room, using yet another burner laptop. I've been moving constantly for weeks now. I look different than I did before. Dyed hair, colored contacts, the works. But it's not enough. It will never be enough. My name is Lauren Bishop. At least it was. As of 3 weeks ago, Lauren Bishop no longer exists in any official capacity. My badge, my service record, my apartment lease, my bank accounts, my driver's license, all gone, erased. And I'm still not sure if I'll be alive by the time anyone reads this. I was, a detective with internal affairs for the Maryland State Police. 15 years on the force, the last 6 in IA. I've seen corruption before. Every department has its bad apples. But what I uncovered in September isn't just a few crooked cops. It's an entire shadow organization operating within our police force. They call themselves the Brotherhood of the Shield. It started with a package, plain manila envelope, no return address, delivered to my desk at work rather than through official mail channels. Inside was a USB drive wrapped in a single sheet of paper with a red triangle drawn on it. Nothing else. No note, no explanation. I should have known right then that my life was about to change. But I was curious. It's why I became a detective in the first place. So I plugged the drive into a secure computer, isolated from our network. What I found made me physically ill. Body camera footage that, according to our records, didn't exist. High-ranking officers, people I'd worked alongside for years, engaged in evidence tampering, witness intimidation, extortion. Lieutenant Morrison threatening a witness's family while Captain Harris collected cash from known drug dealers. Sergeant Wilcox planting evidence at a scene while Officer Rodriguez stood lookout. The footage spanned years. Each file was marked with that same red triangle in the corner. I stayed late that night, reviewing everything. By midnight, I knew I had to proceed carefully. This wasn't just a few dirty cops. This was systematic. I copied the files to a secure drive and locked the original in my desk. I started making notes, cross-referencing badge numbers, dates, incidents. That was my first mistake. I should have gone straight to the feds. The next morning, I arrived at work to find all 4 tires on my car had been slashed overnight, each with identical triangular puncture patterns. A warning. but it only made me more determined. By that afternoon, my laptop briefly flashed a red triangle before returning to normal. Just for a second, but I knew I'd been compromised. Someone had accessed my machine remotely. When I got home that night, I noticed an unmarked police cruiser parked across the street. It stayed there until 4 in the morning. The next night, another unmarked car, different model, same time window. I couldn't trust anyone at the department, so I started working from home, using personal devices. I began mapping connections between the officers in the footage, building a case that couldn't be ignored or buried. I identified 23 officers who had filed complaints against members of what I was now calling the Red Signal Group in my notes. Every single one had either resigned suddenly, suffered career-ending accidents, or died under circumstances that suddenly seemed far from accidental. Then came the first death. Officer Michael Rodriguez, the same one I'd seen destroying evidence in the footage, was found dead in his patrol car during his night shift. No signs of struggle, no visible injuries. The medical examiner said his heart had simply stopped. He was 34 and passed every physical with flying colors. The most disturbing part? His dash cam recorded nothing unusual, but the timestamp skipped exactly 7 minutes around his estimated time of death, and he died at precisely 3:33 in the morning. 2 days later, Lieutenant Frank Morrison was found the same way. Heart stopped, no explanation. Same time, 3:33 a.m. Both times, dispatch reported a burst of strange static over the radio seconds before losing contact with them. When the static was analyzed, there was a coded message embedded within it: red signal active. I was now working around the clock, terrified but determined. I managed to crack the encryption on a hidden folder within the USB files. What I found confirmed my worst fears. Both Rodriguez and Morrison belonged to the Brotherhood of the Shield, a fraternal organization within the department that operated completely outside official channels. They had their own communication network, their own rules, their own punishments. The files documented a parallel justice system for cops who violated their code or threatened to expose them. They called it digital execution, a process involving targeted electromagnetic pulses that could induce fatal cardiac arrhythmias. The pulses were delivered through modified radio equipment that every officer carries. The Brotherhood had been silencing threats this way for over a decade. Rodriguez and Morrison weren't victims. They were examples, messages to me. The Brotherhood knew I had the files. By this point, my home internet had been cut off. My cell phone would randomly restart and display the red triangle. I started sleeping with my service weapon under my pillow. I was compiling everything to take to the FBI when it happened. Every electronic device in the Internal Affairs Office simultaneously displayed the red triangle before permanently failing. Every computer, every phone, every printer. Even the digital wall clock froze, displaying 3:33. I rushed to access my personnel file and found it completely wiped from the system. My security credentials had been revoked. When I called HR in a panic, they had no record of me ever working there. 15 years of service erased in an instant. I fled the building before security could detain me as an intruder. When I got to my apartment, my landlord was changing the locks. He didn't recognize me. My name wasn't on the lease anymore. I couldn't access my bank accounts. My credit cards were declined. My entire digital identity had been systematically destroyed. I had become a ghost. I grabbed what cash I had at home and ran. That night, I used a stranger's phone to upload everything I had to multiple secure servers, sending copies to journalists, federal agencies, and watchdog groups. I included a detailed explanation of the Brotherhood, the murders, everything. I signed it with a green triangle, the opposite of their red signal. The FBI raided the department 3 days later. They found a hidden command center in the sub-basement of headquarters, a room that didn't exist on any blueprint. Inside were servers containing detailed files on every law enforcement officer in Maryland. Background checks, personal habits, family information, pressure points, everything needed to control them. During the raid, 12 Brotherhood members triggered some kind of fail-safe protocol. They simultaneously broadcast the execution frequency over their radios. 7 agents suffered cardiac events. 4 survived. The Brotherhood members' final communication was intercepted. The signal cannot be silenced. In total, 37 officers were arrested on federal charges. The entire command structure of the Maryland State Police was dismantled and rebuilt. But I still can't go home, because it's not over. Last week, a detective who had been investigating corruption in the Boston PD died of an unexplained cardiac arrest. Time of death, 3:33 a.m. The night dispatcher reported a burst of static before losing contact. 2 days ago, it happened again in Philadelphia. I keep moving. I change motels every night. I only use cash. I've altered my appearance as much as possible, but they're still looking for me. Twice now, I've seen unmarked police vehicles circling locations where I've stayed. Last night, my burner phone displayed the red triangle for 3 seconds before dying completely. I don't know who they are anymore. How far does the Brotherhood extend? Is it just Maryland, or is it nationwide? How many departments have been infiltrated? How many honest cops have been silenced? I'm leaving this account here as a record. If anything happens to me, at least there will be another breadcrumb for someone else to follow. Maybe another detective with a conscience will pick up where I left off. If you're in law enforcement and you receive a package with a red triangle, don't open it alone. Go straight to the feds. Don't trust your department. Don't trust your partner. Don't trust anyone. And whatever you do, don't be alone at 3:33 in the morning. I have to go now. I think I just saw the red triangle flash on my laptop screen. And there's a car pulling into the motel parking lot that wasn't there before. Remember, the signal cannot be silenced, but neither can the truth. Story 18. I still can't sleep right after what happened on the Devil's River trip in April 2016. I wake up in cold sweats, thinking I'm back there. Some nights I'm convinced I hear those sounds again. But I need to put this down somewhere. Maybe someone will believe me. Maybe someone can make sense of what I can't. There were 5 of us who planned the trip: Jason, Eliza, Derek, Marissa, and me, Trevor. We'd been friends since college at UT Austin, all outdoor enthusiasts looking for something more challenging than the usual weekend hikes. Jason found this remote paddling route on the Devil's River in southwestern Texas. It's supposed to be one of the most pristine, untouched waterways in the state. We were all experienced enough, or so we thought. The plan was simple: a 3-day canoe trip. We'd paddle during the day, camp at night, and get picked up at the designated extraction point on day 3. We'd spent months preparing, studying maps, checking our gear, and getting permits. Looking back, I wish we'd just gone to Barton Springs or some tourist trap instead. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. The water was crystal clear, flowing over limestone. We saw fish darting beneath our canoes and birds overhead. We made good time, covering about 15 miles before setting up our first camp on a gravel bar. That night, we stayed up late around the campfire, drinking beers we'd packed in and talking about the stars. It felt perfect. The second day started normally. We broke camp early, eager to make progress before the midday heat. The scenery changed as we went further downstream, more rugged, with canyon walls rising on either side. The river narrowed in spots, creating some challenging rapids, but nothing we couldn't handle. Around midday, we pulled over for lunch near what looked like an old ranch access point. That's when we met him, Henry Blackwell. He approached from a dirt path that wound up the canyon side. He was tall, lean, wearing worn jeans and a faded plaid shirt. Had to be in his 60s, with this leathery, sun-damaged skin and a gray beard. He carried himself like someone who'd spent his whole life outdoors. He asked where we were headed, and when we told him our route, his expression changed. I still remember how he looked at us, not scared exactly, but deeply concerned. "Might want to reconsider your plans," he said. "There's been some unusual activity downstream these past few weeks." Jason asked what he meant by unusual, but Henry just shook his head. "Folks going missing, strange lights, animals behaving oddly." He pointed downstream, especially near the narrow canyon about 7 miles ahead. "If I were you, I'd either camp before it or push through and don't stop until you're well past it." We thanked him for the advice, but didn't take it seriously. People in remote areas often have superstitions or try to scare city folks. We figured he was being dramatic, or maybe didn't want paddlers near his property. By late afternoon, we reached the canyon Henry mentioned. It was beautiful. High limestone walls with desert vegetation clinging to the edges, the river flowing smooth and deep between them. It seemed like the perfect campsite, protected from wind with a small sandy area to pitch our tents and easy access to the water. That's where things started getting weird. While setting up camp, I walked along the muddy shoreline to fill our water containers. That's when I noticed the tracks. At first, I thought they were from deer or maybe wild pigs, but looking closer, they didn't match any animal prints I recognized. They weren't human either, too wide, with strange spacing between what looked like toes or claws. I called Jason over to look. "What the hell made these?" I asked. He crouched down, studying them. "No idea. Maybe someone wearing weird boots." But we both knew that wasn't it. The impressions were too deep, like whatever made them was heavy, and they led directly into the water. I should have listened to my gut then. We should have packed up and kept going. But it was getting dark, and navigating the river at night would have been dangerous. As the sun set, Jason decided to hike up to a ridge overlooking our camp. He said he wanted to get a better view of our surroundings and maybe some photos of the sunset over the canyon. Derek went with him while Eliza, Marissa, and I finished setting up camp and started cooking dinner. They came back about 45 minutes later, looking shaken. Jason had his logbook out immediately, scribbling frantically. "You guys have to see this," Derek said. "There's some kind of rock formation up there that doesn't look natural." "What do you mean?" Eliza asked. "It's a perfect hexagon," Jason said without looking up from his writing. 6 large stones arranged in a geometric pattern, and I mean perfect, like it was measured with instruments. "Could be an old survey marker," Marissa suggested, "or maybe something indigenous people built." Jason shook his head. "The rocks are balanced on each other, and they're not weathered like everything else up there. It's like they were placed recently." We ate dinner as the sky darkened completely, but the mood had shifted. Jason kept writing in his logbook, documenting everything. He was always the most analytical of our group. After dinner, we set up our headlamps in the center of our camp so we could play cards. It was around 10 when we first heard it, a low humming sound, almost at the edge of hearing. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Is that a generator?" Eliza asked, looking around. "Out here? No way," Derek said. "Maybe it's just the river echoing off the canyon walls." But it wasn't the river. It had a mechanical quality to it, rhythmic and unnatural, and it was getting louder. Then we noticed the temperature dropping. This was Texas in April. It should have been mild even at night, but suddenly I could see my breath. Within minutes, it felt like it was near freezing. "This isn't right," Marissa whispered, pulling her jacket tighter. "It shouldn't be this cold." The humming intensified until it was vibrating through my chest. That's when Jason pointed to the ridge where they'd found the rock formation. "Look," he said, "lights." Sure enough, there were pinpricks of light moving along the ridgeline. Not flashlights. They were too steady, too perfectly white, and they moved in formation, maintaining exact distances from each other. I grabbed my camera and started taking photos. Through the zoom lens, I could see the lights better. They were arranged in some kind of geometric pattern, similar to the hexagonal rock formation Jason had described. "Maybe it's other campers," Eliza suggested, but her voice wavered. "No one else is out here," I said. "The ranger told us we were the only group with permits this week." The lights began descending the ridge, moving with impossible precision down the steep terrain. No flashlights bobbing with human steps, no stumbling on the rocky slope. Just steady, methodical movement. Jason was furiously writing in his logbook. I remember looking over his shoulder and seeing the words, "Lights descending, formation matching the stone arrangement, temperature continuing to drop." Then the humming stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. "We need to leave," Marissa said. "Now." "It's pitch black," Derek argued. "We can't navigate the river at night." "Then we hike out," she insisted. "Follow the riverbank until morning." We were arguing about what to do when Jason suddenly went rigid, staring past us toward the water's edge. We all turned to look. There was something there, just at the periphery of our camp light. A figure, but not quite human. Tall, much taller than any person should be, and unnaturally thin. It stood perfectly still, just watching. I raised my camera with shaking hands and took a photo. Through the viewfinder, I could see it better. A silhouette that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. No distinct features. Just a vague humanoid shape with limbs that seemed too long, too jointed. "Hello?" Derek called out, his voice cracking. "Who's there?" The figure didn't move or respond. Then more lights appeared behind it. Not like the ones on the ridge. These were different. They hovered about 5 feet off the ground, pulsing gently. 1, then 3, then 7, forming another geometric pattern. That's when our headlamps started to flicker, all 5 of them simultaneously. "Get everything," Jason ordered, suddenly taking charge. "Grab the essentials and let's go. Now." We scrambled to gather our things. I was shoving my camera into my backpack when the headlamps went out completely, all at once. Total darkness except for the hovering lights by the water's edge. Someone screamed. I think it was Eliza. I fumbled for my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. None of our electronics worked. The humming returned, louder than before. It wasn't just sound anymore. It was physical, pressing against my skin, making my teeth vibrate. The air felt electrified. "Stay together," Jason shouted. "Hold hands." I reached out blindly, found someone's arm, Marissa's I think, and held on tight. I could hear the others moving around me, calling out to each other. Then came the light, not from our lamps, not from the strange hovering points by the river. This was different, a brilliant blue-white glow that illuminated everything but seemed to come from nowhere. In that light, I could see my friends' terrified faces, and I could see that the figure by the water wasn't alone anymore. There were more of them, identical shadowy silhouettes standing perfectly still, surrounding our camp. And between them, those points of light, now clearly visible as something else. Not lights exactly, but tears in the air itself, like someone had poked holes in reality. The last thing I remember clearly is Jason frantically writing something in his logbook. His hand moved across the page with desperate speed. Then he looked up, straight at me, his face drained of color. "They're coming from the..." He never finished. The blue-white light intensified until it was blinding. The humming became a physical force, pressing down on us. I felt Marissa's hand ripped away from mine. I heard screams, everyone's screams, including my own. Then nothing. I don't remember anything after that. Not how I got out, not what happened to the others. The next thing I knew, I was walking along a highway 20 miles from our campsite, dehydrated and disoriented. My camera was gone. My backpack was gone. Everything was gone except the clothes I was wearing. The search and rescue teams found our camp exactly as we'd left it. 5 tents still set up. Our dinner dishes still laid out. Our canoes secured at the riverbank. Even our headlamps were there, arranged in a perfect circle, all pointing inward. The only thing they found of our experience was Jason's logbook with that unfinished sentence, "They're coming from thee." 6 months later, a hiker found my camera 20 miles from our campsite. The memory card was intact. The photos show exactly what I described: the strange lights on the ridge, the shadowy figure by our camp, the constellation of pinpoint lights in that geometric pattern. They never found Jason, Eliza, Derek, or Marissa. Not a trace. The official investigation hit a wall when they looked into Henry Blackwell, the rancher who warned us. County records show he died in 1998, 18 years before our trip. I've been to countless therapists, taken part in hypnosis sessions, been interviewed by everyone from local police to federal investigators. No one can explain what happened or why I was the only one who made it out. All I know is that I will never go back to that river, and every night I still hear that humming in my dreams.